Or started. Okay, so
Vic's position to be in, or what do
no,
you
no,
mean? What's the?
Your job.
no,
Oh,
completely separate.
okay. I thought we were talking about Vic. Yeah, no, my job. Yeah, it's great. All right. Ooh, and the best thing is I have Saturday and Sunday off, so no D&D confliction.
Are we good?
I'm good. Just wanted to let everyone know that we will not have any issues with me doing D&D
That's
in
good.
this job. Yeah. So, do you want me to do a recap, or do you want to do a recap, babe?
I need you to take a breath real quick for me, please.
I will
whole
have
lot.
a bite of my burger.
So, right, to start off, welcome back. We kind of ended in like a very, a lot was happening last session. So our wonderful party went up to the gala that their benefactor Dresmorland was holding for the museum that he had essentially hired them for, and it was an exhibition going over some of the items that they had recovered, and it seems that several nobles or officials of the surrounding cities had been called in as if they were to purchase specific items or somehow acquire them for their own personal or official needs. While this presentation was going,
auction.
while this presentation was going off, different blips of light began to show up, and a couple of hooded figures began to emerge through.
We had combat, even though Dale was offended that we were preparing for combat.
Very, always. Yeah, so we had just wrapped that up. The party had tried to like secure things where they ended. They went to go rifle through a few of the figures' pockets, see what's going on with them. They found.
Oh, don't forget the one that got away with the painting.
Right.
That's a big point.
They found that the figures were wearing these like reddish robes and cloaks, had some sort of necklace that seemed to be a symbol of something, and a couple of rings on all of them.
There were 4, right? Or were there only a couple?
There were 4 rings, one for each.
4 from memory, yeah.
Yeah, one for each of the remaining cultists. It seems that one of them.
5, but the other one.
It seems that one of them had managed to get away after casting darkness. It lifted. They were no longer there. That said, Dresmorland bids you all off farewell. He's explained that he's going to try and hunt down the nobles to make sure that they're doing okay. Currently, you are left alone with Bartholomew.
Scooped up by the bird.
Right. Yeah, that did happen.
That was pretty amazing.
Once we get back to the narrative, I'll have a question.
Yep. So.
Me too.
As is, I think we have Gale and Sev still in the gala room. Bartholomew is one of the only remaining officials who had come in, and there are guards positioned at every door. At this point, Lightning has gone off to go retrieve
her bread
bowl. And to rewind, to retcon a little bit, she's just making a dive for it, so she's not going to be present today. Rayleigh, you had gone off to try to alert the guild, if I remember right?
We went to go get Locke, and so...
Locke, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, which I guess would probably alert the guild as well, but, you know.
Sure.
I mean, there's no harm in alerting the guild.
Yeah, the plan was that since I did roll like a 20 on the bird carrying me, I was wondering...
Nat 20.
Do we want to just have it make it easier and say that we're able to get back across the river in time, or
Yeah, I'll say that's
okay.
easy enough to do.
Also, when Dresmorland said he wanted to speak with us, was that this same night, or
Yes, so as
Yeah.
soon as you all had finished up here, he requests that you meet him back at
okay?
his
So we won't be
residence.
able to have our full kits. Although really, you might want to go get your bow and stuff just in case, because I think you're the
Ooh,
only person who's not fully equipped.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Oh, you know what? My thing that I just thought of is, babe, you had better have fucking like gotten your notes or whatever to tell me what spells were in this ring that I used to
Oh.
identify on.
Oh, right. So the ring that you cast Identify, you learned that it was a temporary ring of spell storing. It had
Yeah.
Misty
8
Step.
slots total. So I think last time I said 10. Check my notes. It is 8 slots or 8 charges.
Right. Yeah.
You can tell that 4 of them have been used and expent.
Mhm.
Currently, it is holding a cast of darkness and a cast of hold person.
Okay, so it did not have any cast of any sort of teleportation.
This ring did not. No.
All right, interesting. Now, see, I'm still wondering, like, I mean, it must have been dimension door to get in there, considering, I mean, I suppose it could have been Misty Step if maybe they had like snuck in and just used Misty Step to get to where they were, but like considering they teleported in out of nowhere, there had to have been. I mean, this is just me like thinking and like analyzing, because like babe,
Okay.
would you mind like describing how like what it looked like again when they appeared?
There's a medium-ish size, probably like a 4 to 5 foot tall, like aura of like pink purple energy, and
Huh.
the figures had all begun to step through it. When right in front of the lizard statue, a larger bit of energy began to form up, and the
The
metal
metal
construct stepped out.
golem. No, okay, that is
And
interesting.
is this guard in front of me dead, or can I bring him back?
Oh, he is not dead. I don't know why that got put on him.
Because you said
Is he
before.
making like death saves,
There we
or
go.
is he just
No,
like?
no, it wasn't even injured. I don't know why that got put on him.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, because I definitely remember we went over that last time because Gail wanted to try to like heal him just so that we could interrogate him. So.
No, this is a guard. Not.
Oh, a guard. Sorry.
Yeah, but Dale said everything that we attacked and
Right.
knocked out was like dead.
Yes,
Yeah,
all of
yeah.
the remaining figures and the construct are no more. They've all passed on.
Huh. Alright. Oh, so there was just an X over the guard. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. So, huh.
So what y'all looking at doing?
So Dresmorland left the room. Rayleigh went
yep.
to go get Locke and his stuff. So it's just us two. Lightning's eating the bread. So it's just us two along with the guards.
Along with the guards,
guy with
the servers.
the
Oh,
sword.
and I guess there are
Or
2 officials that
Bartholomew.
are remaining. There is
Sword
Tamius,
guy.
the
Italian guy.
yeah, Tamius Fabrici, who took cover behind the bar, and Bartholomew, who is up kind of like looking at the metal cons.
Bartamius and Bartholomew. That's gonna be hard for me to keep track of because
It is just Tamius.
just Tamius.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said Bartamius. Okay. Bartholomeus and Tamius. One of which helped us fight with the sword, the other hid behind the bar. And yeah, obviously there's servers and guards.
Oh,
Okay.
and Murder Squirrel is still here.
Yay, murder squirrel.
That was
Wait.
the mouse familiar.
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, the
That didn't make
murder
any sense.
squirrel.
That's yours. Okay, my bad.
That's mine. Yeah. No, the murder squirrel would have been like disappeared considering Rayleigh had to like recast for the bird. So
Right.
no, my mouse familiar is here, but he did not smell any because I made him smell around to see if he could like sniff out the potentially invisible guy who got away with the painting. No luck. All right.
What do y'all want to do?
I want to investigate the metal golem. Like, I know we got the paintings out of his chest cavity, but I want to see what's going on with it, as well as like see, I don't know if you want me to like make an arcana roll to see like what sort of magic, if any, was like, making it work. Can I do that? Or
And I'm just gonna go around and see if anyone's injured.
Okay.
good call.
Yeah, you can give me an arcana. It's not going to directly tell you. Because you'll get some sort of like idea of like what was
Yeah.
trying to make this thing tick. Yeah, go ahead and give me an arcana.
Not great.
Whatever it was, it seems as if it's something far beyond you. As you go, like take a little squat beside Bartholomew, you see him just like looking over the different like mechanisms that operated the figure, and you see him just like kind of stuck in thought, furrowed brow. You take a look, and this thing is junked. It is shredded. It is torn apart. It's not looking good. See a couple of like the mechanical fastenings just undone. A lot of like bits and bolts and pieces just kind of like strewn about. But inside you do see that there appears to be like some sort of rune or etching, some sort of like symbol inside the actual like shell itself that you think would probably have like some sort of semblance to the creature.
I'm gonna sketch it out. I'm thinking, since we have to take the rings back to what's his face anyway, I'm thinking maybe if I sketch out this rune, we could show it to the guy and be like, hey, do you recognize this, yada yada. So I want to sketch it out.
Sure. I can spend some time trying to do that. Make sure you get it all nice and good to go.
I might as well, since we have time now, I do want to ritual cast Identify on this guy here, if that's cool.
Okay. Go ahead and pull up Identify for me so I can see the wording. Just make sure I'm getting that right.
If it's a case where it's not going to show me anything more than
just pull it up. Just pull it up for me so I can read it. Thank you.
I am. I'm just finding it.
Gale.
Give me a sec.
So you're taking a walk around. No one really looks that badly injured. All the guards appear to be standing pretty upright. None of the servers appear to be injured. Bartholomew is fine. Everyone's looking pretty good to go.
Okay, and the kitchen staff looked fine too.
Yeah, the kitchen staff themselves, like off beyond the guard blocking the western door, they weren't involved at all. They're a little rattled, but they're fine. The ones behind
I'll
behind
return
the.
the knives.
Oh yeah, I can
Oh,
go ahead
right.
and put them right back on the table. Sure, you'll see one just look at you with these like big round eyes, just nod.
Don't worry about it.
And I
Wait,
got the painting that was left behind and just maybe rest it up against the bar or something.
if any of the others need mending, I can do that too. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, the only ally that got hurt was Gale, right? Because I don't think any of the rest of us got any damage, right?
I was swung at, but I had 1 point of AC more than it took the
Well,
damage.
yeah,
Yeah, I took
yeah.
that cleric spell to the face.
Oh my god, the sacred flame. Yeah, that was something. But you know what? I have to say
My suit.
that is note, right? Okay, yeah, that's gonna. I can mend it though if it got damaged. But I gotta say, it is noteworthy that out of that giant fight with all of us, and such such a decent, uh, decently hectic fight, it is very noteworthy that only one of us allies actually took any damage. And it was very funny that, like, the hooded figure, I mean, that all all six of the enemies were just, they kept missing. Love that for us.
So as you cast Identify, you don't quite get a sense of what the spell specifically is, but it is something along the lines of an empowered animate objects.
Okay. Got it.
All right,
So-
and yeah, I'll say it's about this time, really, after the others have taken a fair bit of time trying to look over the room, make sure everyone's okay, just getting like an idea of like what the surroundings like. You make your way back to the museum, and as you begin to arrive, we'll say just for the sake of it, you're carrying lock, Bird's carrying you, right? Nice and easy.
Right.
Just
Love
get
that.
in,
Hilarious.
get out, get back.
That's an amazing way to. I would love, babe, if you wouldn't mind, like, giving us a quick description of what the reaction of people seeing them flying around like that. Like, because that's a sight to see. You're walking around, this mystical fae bird is carrying a man, a half-elf, who is carrying a wolf. What do the townsfolk think when they see that?
I'm gonna say nothing for now because it is dark. It is late. Maybe under
Alright, that's fair.
night. Really, as you're coming back, you see a group of soldiers who begin to round like the opposite corner of you, steadily walking towards the museum as well.
Okay, so there's a group of officers walking towards the museum as well. And when I'm arriving, are they going to let me carry the wolf into the building?
At this point, I assume like you've already like set lockdown, so he's just pawing off to your,
Right.
walking off to your side.
I guess
Well-
I'll ask for mending of my suit, seeing as how it's burned with sacred fire.
I got that.
Yeah, easy enough to do.
The thing is, though, about Locke, is that the whole point we needed him here was so he could sniff around. So, I mean, we do need him in here, but...
Right, that's what I was wondering.
Well, I'm guessing that maybe, like, Dresmorland could have notified them, considering, like, he was there when we talked about it. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
So, what are you doing? Are you just walking right towards the museum? Are you trying to approach him? What's the game plan?
Yeah, that is the plan. The plan is to just walk in.
Okay. So as you
keep in
begin
mind.
to... Yes?
Sorry, I was just saying, keep in mind, if absolutely necessary, remember I can make Locke invisible if
You are
worse comes.
currently in the gala hall, and this is outside the museum.
I know, but I'm just, I do have the spell, which Rayleigh would know.
Okay. Really, as you begin to walk off towards the museum entrance, you get there roughly about the same time as the platoon. You can see just
Right.
a group of like 6 guards, all trailing behind one slightly taller guard. Looks a bit more faint. He's got a little bit shinier armor. He's got a little piece of fabric off his hanging down his right shoulder. And he's like the pauldron. He begins to see you walking over. He begins to walk a little bit faster. Begin to approach you. Excuse me. Currently this site is off. Admittance. Suggest you might look elsewhere, friend.
Yeah, I'm aware of why. I was invited here with Dres Moreland, and my friends are currently investigating. I'll point to Locke. We thought maybe his nose would help figure out, like, maybe if we're related to the thieves in town or not. I'm with the guild. Here, I'll show him my badge.
You were here during the attack.
Yes, I was.
Oh, right. You said your friends are currently inside. We're gonna have some questions for all of you.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you know, being part of the guild, we work with the guards fairly often, so sure.
All right. Well, if you wouldn't mind leading the way, then direct us where the incident occurred. Motion off to the rest of the guards to come follow him.
Right, so I'm gonna lead him inside. Should I go ahead and explain to them how everybody teleported in, or should I wait until we're actually indoors, because it's basically 2 steps? I don't know.
I mean, whichever. If you want to like go over the details of what you remember, what you can count while you're on the walk there, yeah, absolutely.
Sure. So I'll just let them know that, yeah, we were there to attend the gala. There were people there from all over the world, and it was related to quests that we had, but we got some goods, from the ruins, archaeological finds, and so we think that's why they were there. And then all of a sudden, like, some people just teleported in, warped in, wearing, I think it was red cloaks.
Red. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there were multiple of them, and as well as an iron golem, I guess.
You'll hear like a little bit of like scratching and scrawling from one of the guards, like a step behind the captain, and you'll hear him like kind of stop and just like mutter, "I guess," and begin to scribble down a little piece of the parchment he's carrying with them. You can make your way inside. You come to a very similar. The scene is similar to that where when you first arrived. You have a couple of attendants to your left and to your right, but they don't look nearly as jovial as they did when you all first came in. They're just looking down at their desks, sitting down, shaking their heads, and just focusing and breathing, barely even paying you any attention. You see a couple of guards that had been there, who have the doors open, looking your way, motioning to move forward. And as you begin to lead the captain's crew in, you hear the doors close behind you. Make your way behind the stairs or past the stairs, in through the narrow corridor, back into the gala, and you can meet up with the others. You see Sev, who's currently like on the balcony with Gale, just like trying to look over Gale's clothes, make sure they're all not torn to shatters and threads and pieces. The captain will walk in after you. He'll give a couple of the other guards a little nod and salute. Begin to straighten up. You hear the clink of the metal plates hitting metal. Call out. Right. Who? Well, it seems there's barely anyone left here. Who all was part of the attack?
Well, most of the people evacuated as soon as, you know, the place was under attack. I mean, they were here for a gala, not for a battle, so it makes sense. But who was here for the attack? I imagine pretty much everybody who's here right now, because...
there was the drow mage, the old man with the cane.
Wait, old man with the cane. I mean, I know you had the cane. I'm trying to remember.
Right. A few left when the battle ended. I forgot.
No, I'm trying to remember which of the
The
guests.
monk who fled like first thing because she couldn't fight.
Right. Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you can relay a few of the officials who had.
I mean, I'll try and give names if I remember them, but if you're gonna make me roll a check for that, I'll roll it.
Yeah, no. I mean, what do you remember?
I don't remember their names actually.
Not
so
at all.
Sorry.
Okay.
Like,
So there was
Names.
Brynjolf. He was the gentleman with the cane that we were referring to.
Yeah.
There was Irina, who had fled down towards the kitchen. There was Timius, who is currently still here, as well as Bartholomew. There was Nashandra, who is the drow.
A badass who like had good eldritch blast and killed one of the people because she was trapped and then she dipped.
And then there was Brahm, the dwarf.
who left with his entourage, like second, I think.
Yep. One of the first to try to flee.
Okay, so I basically tell that to the questioning guard.
Mm-hmm. You hear the same little scribble coming from behind him as you see a guard kind of like step out of his shadow, kind of like down to his shoulder.
I mentioned that as Dresmorland was in the middle of a presentation, a bunch of mages teleported in and started causing havoc with their golem, shattering that statue I point at, and attempted to flee with some of these valuable paintings, and one managed to get away, but we subdued the rest.
Yep.
Okay. He'll take a look around and motion off with his hand pointing towards the statue. You can see the guard behind him directing their attention as they begin to walk off towards the items. The captain will look back at you, Gale. Yes, and was there anything defining about their features that you remember? What do you surmise the reason of this attack being?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that word you said. Can you repeat what you just said? Sorry, Dale.
Yeah. Just wondering what you remember of the attack, and if you could guess why they had attacked.
They seem particularly interested in the artifacts more than anything. The golem was attempting to steal the pictures, they destroyed that statue for some reason. And if I had to guess, the paintings themselves seem to have some sort of magical quality to them, so I would hazard to say maybe that's why.
Wait, hold up. Out of game, I could have sworn that, I mean, because you had your detect magic on. Did the paintings, like, give off magic? But, I
They
mean,
sort of negated magical attacks as they were used as shields.
gotcha, gotcha. Okay.
I mean, unless I'm...
I thought one got destroyed by the magic almost.
No, it seemed like he was trying to use it as a shield, unless he was just casting shield while holding it.
Yeah.
Dale?
Ah, yes. So, yeah, that was not. It seemed as if like he tried to finagle the painting under his other arm, to like try to keep it away, and use his other hand for the casting.
Okay, then never mind. I misinterpreted that then.
Yep, no worries.
Then I'll just say probably because the paintings were valuable. Although as to why they destroyed the statue, I couldn't possibly begin to understand. Although I'll describe the red robes with like the flame on them, and if they're still bodies of the mages, I'll point one out.
Yeah, they're definitely still there, just lying down on the ground, motionless. I can go over and walk to one and give him a little like kick over. You've never interacted with these types before, have you?
I'm afraid not.
Huh. And we're thinking right now that they were here for the artifacts?
That would be my best guess. I mean, above everything else, the golem especially, I'll walk up with him and show him the trash golem.
Sure.
The trash golem. Yeah, that's.
There was a compartment, and even though we were directly attacking it, it was hell-bent on just collecting them, and I imagine was going to attempt to leave.
I do remember in the during the battle that Dale said that it started looking at one of the windows, so interesting to remember.
And what all was taken?
One of these series of paintings, I'll motion to one of them. If I can remember the one that was taken, I'll just describe it to him.
Sure. Taking a look around, it seems that the one that was taken was the Tundra painting.
Okay, so I'll describe the Tundra painting and give the sort of history lesson that we got from Dresmorland and maybe some of the curators. I'm pretty sure we probably would have learned something about them during our intermission.
Right.
Sure. They wouldn't have been present. But
Maybe
you definitely
not present, but we might have gotten like minor details. Maybe not like the full lecture that Dresmorland was going to give like tonight, but just like the artist, the age that they're probably from, and that's it. Like just very general information and why they're valuable.
Yeah, that definitely wouldn't be an issue.
Real quick, I'm gonna get up and get another glass of juice. Go on.
So yeah, I explained that to the guard. Sorry, I can't really RP it because it's a bit of a lore dump and I don't fully remember.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I'm trying to get things set up on my end here. I'm having more internet issues. I don't understand why this is happening.
And I'll just go ahead and ask before I put you on the spot. Does this guard have a name, or can we just call him Captain McCaptany?
It's just Captain for now, thank you.
Okay, what I miss?
The captain's name is Captain.
So is that just another case of you like not wanting to bother looking up the names in your notes?
It's just the funny.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed the lead up to that joke. So, the captain's name is Captain. All right.
Okay. What else was there?
I mean, feel free to question the kitchen staff as well. They probably got a better picture of what happened from their end, but as far as they told me, no one had fled from that direction other than the monk that was here. One of them, we think, used an invisibility spell while under the cover of a darkness spell and fled with the final paintings. Haven't been able to track down the remaining one.
I am thinking. Sorry,
They look,
no.
they're still here, but I don't think they are.
It's highly unlikely that they are here, though. I mean, we tried to use a spell to find the painting, and we also had my familiar try to sniff it out, as well as the one who fled. And according to the spell and the familiar, it doesn't seem to still be here. So my guess is that they have either fled thanks to the invisibility spell before anyone could see them, or they used some sort of teleportation, because we would have found it otherwise, to my knowledge. So
They must be over 1,000 miles away or concealed it in lead, because I wasn't able to detect it within that range either.
I did forget about the concealing in lead. However, I feel like my mouse probably would have been able to, well, I suppose if the cultist and the painting had gotten, if they were hiding somewhere in here, perhaps we would have needed to have my familiar search other areas besides this room. However, your spell trying to find the painting probably should have done so, even if, yes, I'm wondering if perhaps they had thought about bringing a lead container to conceal it. So I suppose it's not impossible for the perpetrator to still be around somewhere, but I'm not sure that that's the sort of thing they would have thought of. But what do I know? Let's just...
All right, well, was there anything odd or off about these figures? What was... So, from what I gather, they teleported in. There's a flash of light, and they began to emerge through those bits of light.
They also didn't seem to attack unless we attack them first, from what I recall.
So their
They
purpose...
seemed very focused on their mission rather than actually engaging in combat.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, my earphone fell out and I missed what you just said.
They
Server
seemed
9.
like they were more preoccupied with stealing the artifacts rather than engaging in combat, is what I said.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean,
They defended themselves, but only after we
Well-
attacked them first.
Precisely. They fought their way out, basically. Seems like they were here for only the paintings, and then, you know, their only focus at that point was trying to escape, but they certainly had no interest in any sort of violence other than self-defense, which
Huh.
was certainly interesting.
Interesting.
Except for the golem, which seemed to be very interested in destroying the statue in the middle of the room, which I'm not entirely sure what purpose that would serve.
Yeah,
mean,
well, I mean,
the
it's a
only
big
f-
old hunk of metal. Captain begins to, like, kick towards the shell of the construct.
The only possible theory I have is maybe there's some sort of religious cult and don't like some sort of lizard statue.
Real quick out of game, now, I mean, obviously, babe, we don't have any confirmation that this is the cult that Fog is looking for, but can you tell me what Fog would have told me about the cult? It was the Black Suns, right? Or the Dark Suns?
Dark Suns, yeah.
Dark
And
Suns, okay.
no specific information.
Absolutely no information other than the name, and they're looking at a rumor on the West Coast, yeah?
Yep.
And also, I don't have any knowledge of this. I'm not trying to metagame. I'm just literally trying to put the pieces together. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
bunch of robed guys,
No, I know.
seemingly more interested in artifacts than not causing harm, and
Right.
they destroyed a statue that doesn't have any inherent value, or probably would have value if they tried to steal it somehow, but
Right.
they defaced it rather than just leave it alone, which makes me think
Right.
it might be some sort of sacrilege or something, is the line of
I
thinking
mean,
I have.
that is fair. I mean, at that point, honestly, I don't even think that's necessarily metagaming, considering this is all speculation that, like, is reasonable for the character. I mean, that's just my opinion. So, now, so I feel, wait, I don't quite remember if I mentioned, you know, having to get word to Fog last session, or if I mentioned that, they were investigating this. Did I say that in game to you? Or is that something I've not mentioned to you guys yet?
I can't say I remember. And I
I'm
don't
more
know.
slow asking stoic, I guess.
You mentioned something about fog, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't remember anything either. Sorry.
The main thing, considering Dale doesn't seem to understand why I'm asking this, is because I'm on the fence about mentioning this, because like,
I mean,
if it's
you
something
have
I
not asked me anything yet, so I don't know what you're looking or
not-
trying to do.
That's why I'm asking Stoic, babe. I'm asking Stoic if he remembers me in-game mentioning Fog and the Black Suns.
Okay, you didn't say
Because-
anything about the Black Suns. I can't remember if you mentioned Fog in-game
Okay.
or out of game, and that's my
Alright.
answer.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just explaining to Dale because he doesn't seem to remember whatever. All right. I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Is the point why I'm asking you if Sev in-game mentioned
Can
it?
we please?
Okay, we can move on. It's just you misinterpreted what I said, so I'm explaining. All right. Anyway, so it was certainly a bit odd that the golem seems to be destroying the statue. I mean, it didn't, aside from the other hooded figures taking the paintings just to take them, as well as, you know, the golem seems to have a little compartment to also steal the statues, which we recovered, but the fact that it seemed to have a secondary purpose other than helping take the paintings, we aren't really sure why it would be destroying.
Well, I mean, as before, this just seems to be a big ol' hunkin' piece of metal. It's been strung together for, well, gosh darn knows what purpose. I mean, wouldn't surprise if it's just there to destroy.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that it didn't try to destroy the paintings. In fact, it seems to have a similar purpose of taking the paintings with it and running.
That's
the same as the other.
probably what they're programmed to do.
Well, all
Fair.
right. So, programmed to take the paintings but destroy anything else.
Perhaps it was a distraction. We don't know.
Perhaps it was just interesting that it wasn't just destroying. It didn't have any interest or programming, should I say, to destroy anything else other than the statue. And I mean, clearly these were cultists of some sort, considering the insignia on the robes. Real quick, I'm gonna cast message to say something to Gale. And wait, is Rayleigh back in the room now?
I am.
You are? Okay. So I'm gonna real quickly send a message to each of you separately that not to mention the necklaces and the rings, considering we stole them and they're gonna ask us to give them back. Now, just remember not to mention the rings.
So just to be clear, currently, you are all around the shell,
right?
all together.
And also, I don't think I was in the room when you all took them. I'm not for sure.
Right.
Like there is
okay.
there is a verbal component to this.
Oh,
that
God,
he would
I keep
hear.
Forgetting that. All right.
This is the same thing that happened last time. I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
if you want to
forgot.
continue with that, I am not. This is the last warning. Is all I'm saying.
All right. Sorry, I forgot. I'll remember better this time. All right. All right. So I'm gonna what I'm saying. I'm also gonna kind of So, all right, where is everyone standing? Like, where is? So we're around the golem shell. Now, can you add a token for the guard, or maybe move
Um,
Bartholomew's token to represent where we're standing?
I mean, as you all are right now, sure. I'll say Bartholomew probably has gone down towards the bar itself. We'll have the guard that was off by the door come up to act as
Sure. All right.
the captain.
All right. Well, um, considering all right. Because I want to move next to Gale, if that's okay.
I mean, you can shuffle around if you'd like. You can
Yeah, all
like
right.
move across
So,
the
I mean,
creature.
I'll show the rune that is animating the golem, I guess you discovered.
Yeah. I mean, you
Because
can
maybe the
point it out.
guard might know what magician cast
It
it.
is fair.
Yeah, he goes to
Um,
take a look as you like direct his eyes towards it.
now, just a quick question: where on the golem is the rune? Like
Probably in
is
the
it on
chassis.
It's inside
cavity?
the cavity.
Okay, so yeah, like if you want to like point out where the rune is.
Yeah.
All right, and now I will then mention.
So, as this happens, sorry to interrupt you, but you're
Go-
taking on a lot right now. So, as
Oh
Gale,
boy.
you direct him over towards the chassis. He's going to take a look into it. Make a remark. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. Do the fellers downstairs have anything similar to them? Have anything?
Did they look like the robes have that symbol on them?
That's yeah.
No, the robes appear to be some sort of like twisted symbol of fire or like a spark of flame.
I shake my head and say no. I just described the robe figures on the mages.
I'm gonna as he does that and talks about the robes, I'm gonna kind of like step over towards Gale, just so I can kind of like just so I can like turn my head and like give Gale kind of a look and say continue to say, yes, it certainly was an interesting rune that we found on the robes. And I will say, we do know of a couple of fellows run a shop in town. See, I've already sketched out the rune, and I'm wondering if I could at some point. We have to go that way anyway soon. But I was planning on showing them, at least the one who works with this sort of thing, with runes in general, on objects. I wanted to show him the sketch and see if he could figure out, or if he has any knowledge of that sort of thing. So we at least have a possible lead for that. But as far as the robes go, I'm just wondering if, I mean, they do seem sort of like some sort of cultist to be wearing a uniform with a rune like, or with a symbol like that. I mean, I don't know, but it's something worth keeping in mind.
Huh. So the symbol on the metal here ain't the same on the fellers below.
It's
Did-
not, no.
And you said you had a contact or an associate somewhere down in the shops that
We do. It's Quentin. That's his name, right?
yes, it is.
Okay. It's Quentin. He works at Asher's Emporium. And see, Asher is it works with sort of artificer type of role where he creates certain enchanted items, and his partner Quentin adds runes to existing, typically mundane objects, and he will add a rune in order to enchant them that way. But
Huh.
I believe it had more to do with night creatures, I think.
I'm sorry, what about night creatures?
Wasn't that what the buff specifically was for? To fight werewolves and the like?
No, I mean, he could do that, but that wasn't like, at least I didn't get the vibe that that was like.
Yeah, so I mean,
his main
the
thing.
shop could silver weapons, and that would help.
Right.
But it's nothing to do with like the rune work itself. It's there for like a
Right.
multitude of utility purposes.
Okay,
I mean,
alright, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you're
No worries.
fine. I mean, because I remember Lightning had that one, because she found the rune back in the vampire den that would be able, she had paid for Quentin to add the rune to her crest so that she could like throw it and then use her bonus action to like recall it. So, yeah.
So, hearing this, the captain will look at the two of you. I mean, if he's into doing this line of work, do you think he might be a possible suspect? Said his name was
Don't
Quentin.
think so.
I certainly didn't get that vibe from him, but
Well, I
None
mean-
of their golem, or they didn't seem to have any golems in their shops, I don't think.
that's not. No, they out of game. Yeah, they did.
Oh,
they-
crap.
They did, but I just. Oh well. I suppose it's worth investigating further, but I certainly didn't get that vibe from them.
Yeah, well, most never do.
Oh, goodness. Well, this certainly isn't good. See, I will say one thing. One of our associates had commissioned one of them to do some work. She had located the blueprints of a rune for them to add the rune to her weapon so that she could throw it and then summon it back to her hand. Now, for one thing, that gives us a reason to go back, but also I'm wondering if we could maybe have her investigate, or I mean, we could figure something out to have her at least distract them while we investigate, or
No. This is an official city matter, but appreciate if you do no more investigating on your own.
Hey, out of game, I have a quick question.
What's up?
Would I know how like common the ability to teleport is?
If you have an idea that it's a higher level stuff, definitely not common.
Okay, but it's not like the only way to do it is with the room that we gave him.
Correct. There could be a multitude of avenues of magic to pursue.
I will say that I do know that, I mean, fog has spiritual weapon, which like is a weapon that moves entirely on its own via command from fog, as well as I want to say it's like um I don't remember what the name of it is, but it's actually a spell that Seb thought about picking up, where it's like a magic weapon that you summon via spell, and I'm pretty sure that you can like throw it and call it back in similar fashion. Those are just two things that I can think of. Oh, Warlock,
I'm not
Pact of
sure
Blade.
how this is.
I'm just saying that there are like other more common ways of summoning a weapon that you've thrown, but Pact of Blade Warlocks can do a similar thing.
I see.
So yeah, there are certainly other ways of doing it other than a rune. But I mean, anyway. So after the guard, says, "Oh, don't do any more investigating on your own. This is a city matter." Blah blah blah. I'm certainly gonna like give both Gale and Rayleigh like a look, which I'm sure they can guess why that look is there. Anyway, is there anything else the guard was gonna say, or anything else anyone else wanted to say?
Yeah, he's gonna, at this point, he's gonna finish looking around at the construct, see that's just all torn up. He's gonna walk on down, like, motion for you to follow him over his shoulder, and walk on down the steps to the various bodies that have been on the floor.
Okay, yeah.
He's gonna motion over to one of the guards that came in with him. Well, no. Hey, if you could go pick up the metal up off the floor, take it back to the station. That'd be great, just so we can get this locked up and under key.
Wait. The metal, as it has been damaged quite a bit, I do have the ability to mend it, possibly. Not necessarily,
It would be best if we don't tamper with the evidence that we have right now.
Alright. Just thought I'd offer. It worked out with the paintings. Now, the paintings, though, I was going to ask. I am assuming you had wanted to take those as evidence as well, since they were nearly stolen. However, I wanted to make sure they're safe, but also that I would be concerned that Dresmorlin would be uneasy about them being in the possession of someone other than him.
Yeah, that is rather unfortunate, but if he has any ill qualms about it, he can always visit us up at the station and file a complaint.
I will certainly let him know that, but would you mind telling me what your plans are to keep the paintings safe with extra security? They are quite valuable, as you can imagine.
Excuse me, ma'am, for your security and protection, we cannot disclose any details.
Fair.
If that information were to get out, they would no longer be safe.
That is fair. Just making sure. Alright.
Is there anything particular about this guard that is on his person that I
Yeah.
could pinpoint on?
Appears to be
Like
staying a bit.
fancy weapon or like a notched piece of armor.
Yeah, so he appears to be a bit taller than the other guards that he walked in with. His bulk of his armor appears to be slightly more polished and well kept. He does have like a little bit of a fabric, kind of like a banner, like a small banner, coming off of his shoulder, of like
Oh, what about magic?
overlaid under his pauldron. Appears to have, I guess, like a fancier looking sword in its sheath and like a ornamental helmet. If you're looking like to see if he looks distinguished from the others, absolutely yes.
Okay.
Well, wait. Wait. Does Gale still have detect magic up? That's what I was thinking.
No, I
that-
think it would have been
Not at
long
not at this point, no.
Oh, okay, okay,
dispelled.
okay. Because I that's what I thought you were asking about, to see if detect magic popped anything out. But all right. Okay.
So he's gonna direct his attention down to the different bodies on the floor, try to look them over. He's gonna flip one on its stomach so I can see like the design of the robe on the back. All right, and so you two were saying that these figures, they didn't seem to attack unless provoked. They were here for a purpose rather than violence.
Not even just provoked, but as self-defense in order to escape. They didn't seem to care much about attacking other than absolutely necessary.
We
Either
were struck
to-
by one of their spells, but other than that, they
Yeah.
seemed more interested in leaving rather than attacking, like we've said. I think maybe one of the guards might have had a bit of a tussle with them,
Yes.
but I think they managed to dispatch one of them.
Right,
Unlike-
right.
Other than our friend Gale here, nobody else seemed to really get hurt, thankfully, and that's, I mean, I'm not sure if that was just luck, considering there was quite a bit of spells and swords flying about, but it is fortunate that there wasn't a whole lot of hurt, or especially with the less capable guests and staff here who weren't quite as good at fighting back. So
Oh, that's indeed, that is fantastic to hear. But we're gonna have to go track down all the guests that were here. And we also they just fled. They saw an open opportunity and they just tried to leave. Do you have any inklings, suspicions that one of them might have been in on whatever happened here tonight?
wait,
It's
I'm
possible,
No.
but
I-
I don't think so.
Well,
Unless
it
they
is-
happen to be very good at concealing their intentions. I'm assuming he's asking this out of earshot of everyone else.
No, not making any sort of like deal out of it. Like he's having a normal conversation.
It is certainly worth noting that one of the guests, as she was having a difficult time getting away, did a decent amount of help with subduing these subjects.
Right.
Oh, I don't remember, what was her, Chandra something?
Nishandra.
Yeah, and also the one with the sword. Who was he again?
Oh yeah,
He
he's still
dispelled
here.
the magic, so I mean that could make him sus for trying to be overly helpful.
So, yes, we did have our drow guest, who helped quite a bit and even did the finishing blow on one of them before she left. So, it seems to me like she in particular was not super concerned with helping, but she did indeed attack our intruders. But
I thanked her, and her exact words was, "I wasn't doing this for you," and she just left.
wait,
And also, it's worth noting that after speaking to a lot of the guests, not a lot of them seem to want to be here, so take that for what you will.
Yeah, and I also just figured that too that I mean, what's his name again? The guy who was announcing everybody.
Jeeves was at the door
Butler.
announcing
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah, they could just ask Jeeves. They could just ask Jeeves.
Reminder that sorry, go ahead. Are you done?
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying they could just ask you to
Yeah.
all
Oh,
the
ask
guests were.
Jeeves.
He has all the names.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
have a list somewhere.
We do, yeah. So just a reminder though that the guy with the sword who absorbed the darkness spell is still here.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Just letting you know. So our friend Bartholomew over here certainly did his part and stepped up to the task when we were intruded, and was actually the one who got rid of the darkness spell, which allowed our other dear friend to escape with the painting. So I mean, I'll like sort of gesture over to Bartholomew. Of course, it's not your fault they did get away, but you did a decent service by at least getting rid of the darkness spell.
You
and helping us scrap the golem.
Precisely.
you
So-
hear him call back, like fist in the air, just shaking at the air. Oh, the cads! How dare they get away from Bartholomew Gleamweaver? If I had but one more second, they would have been in my grasp. How am I going to explain this back home?
Himbo
Well-
energy.
Certainly, friend, and we much appreciate that. I mean, Lashandra, although very powerful and as helpful as she was, she certainly did not stick around any longer than she had to in order to get the these cultists out of her way. So, considering you were the only guest besides ourselves and our other friend here, sort of like gesturing my head over to the Italian guy at the bar, you were certainly the only guest who stuck around and with the intention of helping, which of course we are all very grateful for. So
Well, of
And,
course, that's what we're here to do. I'm here to help to the best
Also,
of my abilities.
no one took any injuries other than myself, so there was no need to heal them either.
which is certainly, I mean, of course, I'm not particularly happy that you, friends, were injured, but at least we are well seasoned with this sort of thing, and
You fixed my suit, so we're good.
Yeah, and
I
I get a
did.
feeling that our friend here, pointing to the guy with the sword. What's
Yeah.
his name again? I'm sorry, I'm so terrible with names today.
Bartholomew.
Right, right.
It's okay. Him and Lashandra are the only ones that I can remember. So,
Right.
anyway, our friend Bartholomew.
Yep, it's Bartholomew. As you begin to mention the drow, Sev, he's gonna give kind of like a little snooty look, give you a bit of like a stern furrowed brow.
Wait, you mean Bartholomew or the guard?
Bartholomew, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Bartholomew definitely seems like he's been through his share of battles too. I mean,
In response to the snooty look, I am
Oh,
going
Bartholomew.
to.
Bartholomew.
Ooh, racy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I am going to get a look. Do you have a
Bartholomew.
problem with my kind, sir?
Well, not a problem, per se, but they do tend to look out for their own self instead of helping the masses. So it's just no surprise that
What
she would.
do you think I
believe.
did here?
Oh no, I
I
understand. I'm just saying it's no surprise that she would be the one to leave. We are clearly
So,
That
much.
was kind of on brand, no offense.
I mean, to be fair, but dwarves
That's
left
exactly
too.
what happened.
I mean, it does tick all of the boxes, I suppose.
So, would you say? So, what would you say about me today, helping everyone instead of fleeing?
You should be a finer example than most.
I kind
I
of give a
said-
panicked look at Rayleigh, grab his hand and lock and step away from the angry drow.
I certainly
Yeah.
hope that.
Locke is just like, "Brr."
I certainly hope that your experience today, with myself, changes some of the boxes that you have that you were ticking off.
I think something else is ticked off.
Yeah.
Well, they tend to be ticked per person, and with past experience with Nishandra, all I can say is it has not been the most welcoming.
Perhaps the experience with Nishandra is something of her personally. How many of us, should I ask, have you actually had personal experience with?
Actually, that's a very good question. Has she been investigated for stuff like this before?
Yeah.
Well, she hasn't been investigated, as far as I'm aware. I come from over in Ravensworth, towards the west of Cyndrus, and she's from Mistwood up to the northwest, and the group there, they're just a bit more secretive, a bit more protective. They don't really branch out much. Like I said, they tend to look out for one's own self instead of the
But-
greater masses.
Aside from myself and the Chandra, how many other drow have you come into contact with personally and directly?
Begins counting his hands.
I'm gonna pull Rayleigh and Locke and Bartholomew behind the bar and like cower.
Right. And I'm just gonna be, holding Locke and petting him and like, it's okay.
Getting
everything's
some
fine."
popcorn from behind the bar for the hors d'oeuvres.
Oh hey, it's Lightning Soup Bowl.
Oh my god! Oh, would you look at this? Some snacks. No, as he's counting, what's his response then?
It's just, you see him like go through his hands like 10, 20, 30, just like going off the different like fingers. More than a fair handful, I would say.
Now, of that handful, how many of them were the common folk rather than nobles?
Probably say most, probably good 3/4.
3/4, all right. Now, what were you doing? Getting yourself into social situations where you were interacting with them.
Well, often it was for business situations, trade, exchanges, imports, exports, those type of deals.
So for business and exports, and how many times would you say you have visited them for entirely social event where all you were doing was getting to know them and talking to them like you would at this party.
Well, that's part of the problem.
I pour
They
a
don't
glass of
really-
wine for me and everyone hiding behind the bar now.
I'm not racist. I have a drow friend.
Oh my god!
Gale flees for the kitchen now.
Oh my god. Hey, I'm gonna go see what Lightning's up to.
That's so awful.
How long have you spent actually conversing with us just to talk about the weather or anything that had nothing to do with business or commerce or nobility or politics or any of that? How many drow would you say you had a normal conversation with, as you would with anybody else?
Well, you see, that's part of the problem. They don't really like talking with outsiders or conversing with outsiders. Anyone that's not them. They
Perhaps
shut us
they
out.
would- perhaps they would be a bit more open to conversation if there weren't so many people out in the rest of the world who saw them in such a negative light. I also must note that, have you considered that your demeanor towards others may be a bit off-putting? Not necessarily towards Nishandra, but would you consider the other guests that you talked to this evening particularly excited to see you and talk to you? Were they enthusiastic with their conversations, or did it seem like they were looking to go speak with anybody else?
He begins to push back and broaden up his shoulders, and you see this just large, beaming smile begin to brim across his face. Why, of course! I am Bartholomew's Gleamweaver. Of course they were excited to speak with me. I recounted all of the most recent adventures and travels I've been on, all of the business workings and arrangements I've been a part of, as well as asking for the niceties of their work as well. I mean, who?
And how
Gale
many
face
of
palms.
them? And just how many of them did you ask about themselves? How many of them did you allow to talk about their own lives and their own families and such? Or did you spend the entire time with each of them with your conversation talking about yourself and dominating the entire conversation?
I would never.
I
Well,
very much disagree, considering what I had heard from other people when you were not around anymore. So have you perhaps considered doing the same thing for the drow? Have you considered asking what they want to talk about? Or do you just write them off as too uppity to bother with?
If I did, I would not be having this conversation with you.
Yes, maybe that's because I helped to save your ass in this confrontation, and without me and my compatriots, you probably wouldn't have stood a chance.
Move the chair.
As thankful as I am that you helped us with this confrontation with these cultists and the golem, do you really think you could have held them all off by yourself?
Why, of course I could have, for I am not Bartholomew's Gleamweaver. And with... He pulls out his sword and lifts it up to the air. And with Valorglint by my side, we can take on any foes, any devastation.
That's fantastic, but I must add, if you had not stayed here and fought, we definitely could have held everything off without you. However, I very much do not think that you could have handled all of this by yourself, considering you certainly did not do nearly as much damage to our cultist enemies compared to the rest of us. That sword weaving may be quick and fancy, but it's certainly not as useful and damaging as the rest of us.
Sorry, I'm just
Dale's
trying
just
to go over.
standing there, uncomfortable with the silence,
Yeah.
like
Sorry.
leaning his forehead on his cane, kind of like not sure what to do with himself.
Racism is like the absolute worst thing to Sev, like especially considering her backstory. So like,
Well,
especially towards Drought, like if there's
but
anyone
it's not true. It's not untrue though. Like the Drow definitely have blocked themselves off from the rest of the entire
yeah,
world,
but
and they
that's
refuse
also
to
what
make
I'm-
contact with
Are they also
anyone else.
classist in that if they're of a lower rank, that they would, treat someone who isn't a noble like shit?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, Sev is obviously lowborn and a drow, so she gets it from two.
Exactly.
Okay.
And also, like, one of the biggest reasons why she left the academy is because I was told that, like, simply because I was the drow, nothing to do with the fact that I was lowborn, like, simply because I'm a drow, just generally not a human, that I would never, achieve what I wanted to achieve. So, I said, fuck y'all, stole everything and dipped. So, Sev takes anti-drow racism very seriously. So, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so what does this guy have to say while Gale and Rayleigh are uncomfortable and looking to escape?
Continues to babble on about how he would make sure that no one were to come to harm, no one would ever taste the death if he and Valor Glint were around. Looks back your way and just shrugs. I believe you may have gotten the wrong impression of what I was saying, but I have no issues with you or your kind. It's
now,
just
are you backpedaling here, or because certainly what I heard, you seemed to think it was perfectly expected for Nishandra to not help.
Yes, from my past dealings with her, I can indeed confirm that is correct.
But while that may be reasonable to expect from a noble such as herself, you definitely mentioned her kind.
Indeed. From the past dealings I've had with those up in Mistwood, I can also confirm.
Those are the Mistwood. That's lovely. Have you ever talked to a lowborn drow from the Mistwood?
Well, no, as folks are not generally permitted there. Which brings us to the whole cycle all over once again.
Have you ever conversed with someone like myself who is lowborn, but not in the Mistwood again, where immigration and commerce is severely restricted? Have you ever talked to any drow wandering about the world who were lowborn and not noble, not into business, nothing like Nishandra? Have you ever spoken to someone like me at any other point outside the Mistwood?
Well, I don't believe anyone exactly like you, but I have certainly talked to a good margin of folks, and they're all fine, fantastic, upstanding citizens.
You just said that you had never talked to a low-born drow. I think you should be getting your story straight before you dig yourself into a much deeper hole here.
To confirm, that is not what you asked.
I did ask, have you ever spoken to a low-born drow?
I was hoping you was
That-
gonna say he
In-
definitely talked to them at Ziedler's Circus.
Oh God, I would lose my shit there.
Your question had been directed towards the Mistwood, not generally. It is now directed generally, to which he has.
Well, no, I mean, now... No, my first question was just, have you ever spoken to a low-born drow? I did not originally say the Mistwood. Now I'm asking, have you ever spoken to one outside the Mistwood?
Then, just to make sure, like, the information is getting across, because I don't want any, like, wires crossed or anything. The 3 quarters he had referred to at the very start was those of higher status, those of lower status, right? The 1 quarter was the lower status.
No, I know.
If you know, then this isn't an issue.
No, my first question, right before the last one he's answering to, the first question was, have you ever spoken to a low-born drow? And then he said, well, no, I haven't because the Mistwood is restrictive, blah, blah, blah. And then I asked,
yes,
have you
that
ever
is,
spoken to one outside the Mistwood?
That is... Yes, exactly. That is the issue. Because no, not in the Mistwood. Yes, generally speaking.
No, I mean, yeah, I get that now, but my point is that the question I just asked did not it did not specify in the Mistwood. It was simply, have you ever spoken to a lowborn drow? He said no, because blah blah blah. I asked him, what about the ones not in the Mistwood? And he said, oh yeah. But
yes, that is correct.
But his answer saying no because the Mistwood is blah blah blah, like that to me that I interpreted that to mean he's never been able to speak to a lowborn drow because of the Mistwood, which is why I had
They're not
question.
the same thing.
What's not?
You are not from the Mistwood.
I know.
Right. So I'm feeling to see I feel like there is definitely something here that got crossed.
I agree, which is why I'm trying to figure out, because my question...
Well, you're outright...
simply-
Okay, I hate doing this, but you're outright refusing to acknowledge what I'm saying. Because your question led on from specifically talking about the Mistwood, the folks in the Mistwood, the whole, like, society there.
Yeah.
And under that same impression, that's why he's referring back to his experiences with them. That's why he specifically said, at the Mistwood, no. Generally speaking, yes. That's why there's a clarifying question or answer to follow up. That's all.
Well, I mean,
I feel like
that.
I feel like you were specifically manipulating that answer to try to get something else. So I'm just trying to clear up any sort of issue or confusion that would have led there. That's all.
Okay, I mean, because he did not mention, oh yeah, I have met them outside the Mistwood, that seems...
However, at the very start, when he said the 3 quarters, 1 quarter split, that's what I was referring to.
Okay, well, I missed on that part, so whatever.
Yeah, that's
anyway,
that's what I was trying to explain to make sure that there are no issues crossed, because I feel like you were harping on a point that is untrue.
The wires were crossed because of the 1/4. Anyway, all
I
right,
got you.
So,
Does it all make sense? Like, does that, like...
Yeah, I get it now.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, like, everything's getting through.
Alright, so he's met a handful of drow, 1/4 of which were Not from the Mistwood, but also lowborn?
Yes, I guess that's correct, because he would not have been
Okay.
permitted to enter the Mistwood.
Okay, and the other 3/4 were simply, they were highborn, but would that mean that they would have been meeting him outside the Mistwood to talk about business or whatever? Or,
That would make sense.
okay. Alright, anyway, backing it up, I don't even know what to back up to at this point.
Well, you're attacking
Alright.
him for not interacting with Drow lowborn.
Okay.
Did all the guards leave to get away like me and Gale did?
I definitely missed what you just said, Wolf. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Did all the guards leave like me and Gale did to get snacks? Like me and Gale went up to
They-
get snacks. I imagine.
They are just here looking back and forth between the two people engaged in conversation. The captain's
Desperately
just like
wishing they could
looking and rifling through all the different bodies at this point.
Yeah, the captain is on a mission and isn't really paying attention to us. Alright, anyway, so what is it that you to be criticizing these lowborn drow, such as myself, who are not in the Mistwood, with the same criteria that you are holding the highborn business people that you have contact with? Do you really think we're quite the same? Especially if you're talking to the lowborn drow, such as myself, who aren't even in the Mistwood.
While this is going on, I'm gonna go ahead and just offer the guards if they want. I can have Log sniff around and try and like notice anything or.
Sure, go ahead and give Locke
Locke,
an investigation.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna chill with
A snack.
Themius,
Oh, yeah.
cause I don't think we've even heard him speak this entire time.
No, not really. I'm
I
trying to
think you
remember.
heard
He spoke
him.
like once.
Yeah, like right when he first came in, he
Yeah.
just stayed the entire time at the bar.
And he was like kind of drunk already. Wait, I'm trying to remember who I remember I was
Cool.
somewhat nearby. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and I think I
remember-
actually rolled twice, but I don't think I'm
Yeah.
gonna get better than a 9/10.
So
I mean,
it
Yay!
actually
you're good.
it did it twice for you. I think.
Oh, it did. I'm
Ah.
sorry.
Cool.
Wait, oh no, I'm reading that wrong. Never mind. Never
No.
mind. Never mind.
Okay, yeah, no.
25
you
and
gotta-
19.
It was
25.
the roll before modifiers and then after modifiers. Never mind.
Yeah, okay. Cool. I mean, a 25 is pretty great. So.
Yep.
All right. Just real quick though, I know that Sev was near, like, within earshot of Themius when he went to the bar and was drunk. Because I remember Chandra, like, walking away, like,
Mm-hmm.
being like, oh, him. But, and that's when I followed her to chat for a minute.
Mhm.
But, were Gale and Rayleigh nearby as well? I mean, I don't quite
Yeah.
remember who was where
I think the
besides.
two of us primarily were around the dwarf party, but I guess we
Yeah.
might
Oh,
have
that's
been
right.
mingling.
That's right.
Would you guys, would you guys have been, like, able to hear him?
I mean, there's like a fair bit of time that passed around as y'all were like circling the room waiting for anything to start. So it's
Okay,
not
yeah.
like outside the realm of possibility.
So they would at least know that he's drunk, even if they only heard, like, a snippet of something he said.
Yeah, it seemed to have a bit of something before he came in.
Yeah. Alright. No, yeah, I mean, personally, Sev decided not to bother with him because she's not a huge fan of, like, drunks. Like, I mean, she'll drink wine, like, a little bit of wine here and there, but, like, she's not a fan of getting drunk, and she's not a fan of obnoxious people being drunk. But I mean, you guys have at it with whatever snacks you can find
Yeah.
because of this. Anyway,
So, with that, Bartholomew is gonna like keep like engage with you, looking at you,
mhm.
and just begin to go on. Now, by no means do I think that all of you folks are terrible or self-serving, but those I've encountered up from the Chandra's city and region have not been the most personable, despite my many intentions. I meant
Then why-
no fair or no foul play, of course. I just wish that there was a bit of change that could be made, is all.
Perhaps the change might start with you, considering the opinions of the other guests we've had here from other nations, considering their demeanors, from what I have heard from them about your social skills and the ways in which you initiate conversation with others. Why is it, if you do not think all of us are unpleasant to deal with, why is it that you have boxes you tick off for Drow? And that the fact that I don't tick off all the boxes, why are the boxes there to begin with?
Well, I guess just dealing with her kind.
Her kind? You mean my kind?
Well, if you'd like to put it that way, I suppose, but I don't believe you're from up in the Mistwoods, so I don't believe
Do you know
that would.
that?
I mean, you don't seem to act like it, I suppose. All right, well, let me ask you: are you from the Mistwoods?
That... Frankly, that's none of your business, but I have been, yes. However...
I mean, at a game, she did, like, point blank say when she helped me out that she wasn't doing it for me.
Oh,
So it
out
kind of seems
game.
on brand with her character.
I mean, yeah, but also to be fair, like, considering like the other guests also decided to dip and didn't feel like helping, like, but I mean, that's just the fact that they were all nobles. I feel like that has more to do with the fact that they are nobles at an event they didn't want to be at than the fact that she was a drow. But
It sounds more like general xenophobia than racism to me.
That, but,
I will say that, like, as a whole, the Drow are definitely very xenophobic, and that is an
and
accepted
this
fact.
is like D&D lore, like it's not.
no, yeah. No, I know, like, a lot, like, drow in general in D&D lore, like, tend to, err on the evil side of the, you know, spectrum. Also, you know, I've played a neutral evil drow before, however, like, considering Sev's backstory...
I guess what I'm trying to get at is this guy's line of thinking is not completely incorrect. That's it.
Objectively, you know, what I'm certainly, me as a player, I'm not like that really offended, but like considering like you know, one of Sev's biggest motivations is fighting back against anti-drow racism, it's certainly a touchy spot.
Sure. Just keep in mind that when things like that are reinforced, it is very difficult to defend.
I'm sorry, when what now?
When aspects of it are reinforced, it is very difficult to defend.
For when, I'm sorry, I don't get what you mean by that.
When aspects of their behavior are reinforced. It is difficult to defend.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, also
Because
keep in mind.
I say that because it seems like you're thinking that what he's saying is objectively false. To which, just so we're all on the same page, it is not.
I mean, me personally, what I think personally as in a meta aspect is different than how Sev feels, and the fact that she will, like, this is one of the aspects where, even though Sev is a very, like, analytical, intelligent, like, rational person, this is like one of the areas where, like, rationality kind of, like, leaves her body and brain, because this is like something that's very deeply, like, personal to her.
Would you say she's a
So-
nationalist then?
No.
Because it seems that
not-
she cares more about the actual race perception than any sort of reform within the race.
Oh, I mean, like, she does. The thing is, like, her whole motivation is to, like, she's, part of Fogg's anarchist syndicate, and she wants to, like, get rid of nobility and, free all oppressed people. However, in a case like this, where, she is, her race is being criticized by a non-drow, she's going to take a different, attack for that. Like, if she were, for example, if Nishandra were to, like, stick her nose up at her, like, you're a peasant and I'm a noble, I don't need to talk to you. In that case, yeah, she would be more of a, she would focus more on, like, class issues. But, considering this is a human who is attacking the race in general and saying that, oh, this is par for the course for any drow.
I got you.
So she's a proud drow, but she's not proud of drow.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I feel like she sees the whole classism issue as, like, an inter-drow, like, argument where, like, she'll, it takes precedent when, defending her race against non-drow, and, like, she has an issue with the classist issues of drow, but it's, at this like, it's not as relevant when talking to humans about it, because, like, I mean, for one thing, like, they don't know the whole ins and outs of the society thing. And I mean, it's also worth noting that, like, while she still has an issue with classism within drow society, like, her biggest, I mean, considering she, is from the capital and grew up in the capital, like, the classism issue wasn't as relevant for her.
Well, right,
However,
but you're also largely removed from their society as a whole.
that's, I mean,
Which I think
that's
is
the point, though.
which I just think is part of the problem. That's all.
Part of what problem? What do you mean?
Perhaps the line that you're taking if you're separated from the society?
Yeah,
I
like,
mean-
I'm God, by no means am I telling you to be wrong. I just want to make sure, once again, to make sure, because I know this is a very, like, touchy topic,
Yeah.
that the understanding is there, where you have not been involved in drow society.
No.
You,
I'm still, like, informed about it, too, like, in a textbook sense, though. And
sure,
it's still an
so
issue
it
that
is
she wants to
very much
dismantle.
xenophobic. They willingly close themselves off from anyone entering. They close themselves off even from their own entering if they don't meet said standards. So it is not unreasonable for this comment to be made. is all I'm trying to get at.
For what comment? The fact that it's xenophobic?
The comment of like those of her kind referring to the Mistwood.
Okay, I mean, okay, that's fair. However, this guy did not say Mistwood only drow. He said those of her kind.
Right,
And,
right, which sparked
like,
this whole conversation. So now we're
Right.
here.
I mean, unless Sev has like some kind of idealized vision of what drow society is, just from reading it from textbooks, but
No, I mean, she's aware enough to the point where, like, you know, the Mistwood is probably one of, like, the Mistwood as well as the capital are, like, her two first on the list for, you know, revolution and getting rid of nobility and redistributing wealth and all that. Like, those are, like, she's certainly aware enough of it that she does want to enact change and everything. She just
So that's fine and all. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that there's like a base level understanding of like the interactions
Yeah.
that took place.
there
So
are.
I
mean,
don't want you to like have this line of thought that's not correct or like what I'm trying to put forward. So
Yeah, I get that. It's just, it's also, I mean, like I said, you know, drow classism is, you know, she considers it to be like an inter-drow conflict, and she doesn't like, you know, the idea of non-drow, unless the
So
only
what
exception she has are
what
for
is
like
what is your main issue at the moment?
that just your mind, and that he hasn't the fact that he hasn't, like, how do I put it in words? Also, I mean, the your kind in general, without specifying Mistwood or whatever, but also the fact that she has a problem with non-drow criticizing drow society because she thinks it's primarily both an inter-drow conflict, but also that unless it's someone like Fog who actually wants to, you know, directly help, that she doesn't like criticism from non-drow who, you know, other than, oh, they won't let me visit or do business with them. Like, she thinks that's like, sorry.
Is that not an issue?
What?
Is that not an issue?
It's, what I'm saying is that it's like, it's not, it's more so that, like, they are having an issue for, like, their own reasons, and that, like, you know, for example, with Fog, like, Fog can criticize drow classism all they want because they actually want to, you know, directly help and, you know, actually have the intention to go in and help the lowborn drow, whereas this guy only wants to do business and stuff, which, you know, if you want to do, like, businesses, it can be an issue, but, like, Sev just thinks it's, like, on the verge of being more like, selfish, and rather than, like, you know, yeah, it's a big issue, and I want to help the lowborn drow, whereas this guy is framing it as an issue that is affecting him negatively, and instead of putting the focus on, you know, people like Sev who are lowborn and are, you know, affected by it more directly.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how that got there, but gotcha. So just to reiterate, he did state that he was specifically talking about the Mistwood region, He's gone over his experiences with the people and what the climate and culture is like, and how they very much like are in line with what he's been saying. And he's got no issue with those he's met that's not from there. He's
I
fine with that.
mean,
I'm not sure where the problem still lies. I'm not sure how to like move forward from there. So I'm not sure how to move past this unless we just walk past it.
I'm getting there, and I do have a snippy little closing thing. So I asked, like, so have you spoken to actual lowborn drow? And then he said yes. Now, how many would you say? You said a quarter. How many? Give me a better number. Have you spoken to that were lowborn?
Well, I can't say very many, if I'm being honest. Probably between, I don't know, a little more than 10, perhaps.
All right. Now,
we're not including like shopkeepers or those who are proprietors of various industries, are we? Those numbers might be changing.
yes, shopkeepers are still people.
Well, I never said they weren't people. I'm just trying to gauge who exactly you're referring to.
I mean, drow that you have met who are not nobles, who are your average everyday people, and yes, shopkeepers are everyday people.
Then yes, absolutely.
Now, would you consider them all, as you quaintly put it, the type of drow who don't tick off your boxes about us?
Well, I mean, no. Most of the folks who don't come from Mistwood are generally fine.
Now, another question I have you ever considered that you should change your criteria for your little boxes for the rest of us, considering not all of us, even from the Mistwood, are nobles or the sort of person Chandra is?
I suppose the moment I see those changes, perhaps I will.
Changes? And what changes are you speaking of?
Perhaps we'll say when the interactions get better.
Now, your biggest concern about changes for interactions only seem to be focused on being allowed to do business with them. However, I have yet to hear you show any sort of concern for lowborn drow who are indeed oppressed by your own kind thanks to the higher born. So, would you say that you have more of a concern for yourself and your own potential for interactions?
I'm not sure I know entirely what you mean by that.
I mean, considering you have not mentioned in this conversation the fact that the way Mistwood's political climate is set up, it's certainly not nearly as much of a harm done to you as far as restrictions go as it is for my own kind who's lowborn. If you must know, I am lowborn. My parents were immigrants, or I should say my family was. But should we were to live in Mistwood, I certainly would not be treated particularly well by the nobles. However, there are so many other of us who deserve to be treated well, not only by those rich, and when you think about it, there are plenty of other rich nobles of other races in other countries who do not treat those of us who are low-born with the dignity, respect, and general fairness. While Mistwood may not have freedom of interaction with the outside world, inside the borders, the problems involving the mistreatment of us lowborn is not that different from that in other countries. However, you have not mentioned any sort of concern for the mistreatment within the borders, and you have been mostly focused with your own ability to visit and do trade. Now, that is certainly an issue, and I certainly know others who are not of my kind who do take issue with the way we are treated, but actually want to help the cause of those who are low-born, instead of complaining about not being allowed to do business. Have you ever cared about the well-being of drow who aren't noble? And do you ever intend on helping those of us like that?
Bartholomew gets up to yawn a little bit. I feel like you changed the question there quite a bit. We started talking about my meaning behind associating with the Mistwood. With
I think you're using the captain's voice and not the himbo voice.
oh no, it's fine.
You've been doing it for a while.
Sorry.
Yeah, you did say Bartholomew, but yeah, it sounds more like the himbo or the captain.
Forgive me. But yeah, I mean, he'll begin to like get up and
Yawn.
explain that. I mean, I feel like you've moved the question around. We all started with my thoughts on those of the Mistwood. I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you're saying here. I don't think it's quite perhaps my place to talk about the changes needed to the climate, but I was more so repeating the experiences I've had. That's all. I don't think there's anything to do with...
Perhaps you're not informed properly about the climate inside Mistwood of the average everyday person.
Well, I hear there is a fair bit of ruthless backstabbing, a little bit of murder here and there, lies to get ahead to where we need to get ahead to, and I'll be honest, those are not really things I would want to see anywhere here else on Cyndrus.
Out of game, is that like referring to like Mistwood in general, including the Lowborns, or political backstabbing?
Those stories are of Mistwood all over.
All over, including Lowborn?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, well, have you ever considered that some of us lowborn, I say us meaning lowborn drow in general, not necessarily Mistwood only in my sake, but have you ever considered that it might be conditioned for those of us who are of lower status to do what we must to survive, but that there are plenty of us who need change by removing those conditions, mostly set about by nobles. Have you ever been properly informed on what the class situation is there? Do you really know much about the place besides the fact that there are restrictions on immigration as well as commerce? Has it ever occurred to you that there are plenty within Mistwood who are not rich or born into nobility, who are simply just like, for example, myself and my friends? I was a lowborn drow, born outside of Mistwood. I grew up outside of Mistwood, learning to practice magic, and perhaps it may not have occurred to you that there are plenty of others similar to me in my class within Mistwood, and that we deserve freedom and better treatment, considering nobility is oppressive, not only in the Mistwood, but everywhere else. Just because the Mistwood closes its borders does not mean it's the only one that has an issue with classism. Or perhaps you would not know that, since you seem to be plenty rich yourself, being invited to such an event here where you could afford these artifacts. So perhaps you need to do a bit more reading, or here's an idea: volunteer for some charity work to help the less fortunate.
I'll have you know that I built 5 farms just last month.
You built farms?
Yes,
And
that is correct.
now, do those farms help the poor? Or did you just do that for your own benefit, to grow crops and livestock? What sort of charity do the farms provide?
Well, they provide more jobs for the region. We were able to get some of the crew together to participate in the labor. We're doing our part
labor.
where we can.
Labor opportunities for the poor, but have you ever considered helping without the expectation of labor? Have you ever donated money to those without? Have you ever fed the poor? Have you ever done more than provide jobs, which, yes, is indeed a good thing, but 5 people, 5 jobs, and the construction only being temporary, it's not like the farms are going to be continuously built indefinitely. The farms have already been built. Those jobs do not exist anymore.
All right, and this is where the captain's going to speak up after investigating the bodies. All right, I feel like this conversation here is just going around in circles. I feel like if y'all just disagree, step away.
I'm certainly not getting through to him, and frankly, we do have more pressing matters, and I'm certainly not going to bother much more with someone of such opinions. But my last thing I will say is that you insist that you could have held off these enemies without us, and you insist that you are so well liked by the other guests here. You may keep telling yourself that, but you need to think about who you were trying to convince here. I don't think it was just me. And I'll turn to the guard. Anyway, what did you find?
Well, I don't really find much of nothing. But I just want to shut that babble up. Speaking...
Wait, I missed the last thing that he just said. What?
Just want to shut the babble up. So is there, anything I need to know about these, bodies here? Was there anything, on them? Was there anything looking off about them?
There is certainly one little bit of information, and I'm not entirely sure, but I did know that there were rumors about a cult called the Black Suns that was supposedly around the West Coast, and now I'm not even entirely sure if these are the one and the same, but it's certainly worth noting, considering these certainly fit the bill of cultists, and I mean, these logos are certainly interesting. I sketched those down as well. At this point, well, considering, we are not allowed to do any more of our own investigation, I don't know. But, as I said, we do know someone who, you know, is familiar with rune work. I'm not sure if you lot are aware of anyone else who knows much about runes. Oh shit, hang on. Stupid earphone keeps falling out. God damn it. Okay. I'm not sure if anyone else knows much about rune work. If you have any other contacts, or if anyone with the guards,
yeah, we would need to go take a look into that. We will definitely be approaching them for any sort of question. It seems that they all were only really carrying daggers. Seemed that was their main method of attack. You said they were also casting spells, though.
I'm guessing that, considering one of them casts a certain spell that damaged our friend Gale here. It looks very familiar. And the spell, as far as I know, has only 3. Wait, at a game, is it meta to like talk about like cleric, sorcerer, and warlock, or
Yeah,
okay, damn it.
yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I'm just not sure how much I can say about like the types of mages that can cast Sacred Flame. So, all right, I'll try to be.
Didn't even know that it was Sacred Flame.
Well, I mean, you remember how I recognized it because I've seen fog cast
Because
it
it's
a million times.
similar. Yeah.
All right, I will. All right, I'll. Okay. Well, I can certainly tell you I've seen the spell before from my sibling. Now, as far as I know, it's not particularly a common spell if it is what I think it was. But I suppose I could be in contact with my sibling to see if they know if they could explain the spell to me. But I'm going to guess that they studied it in a similar manner that my sibling would have.
And
But that's it.
what manner would that be? Like, is there a potential lead person, connection, organization area we could follow? I know you were saying off to the west somewhere about these dark suns.
Unfortunately, I heard from my sibling in a bit, and I'm not entirely sure where they are. I will be honest with you. I honestly don't know if I can even get in touch with them. I can try sending a letter, but I don't even know if I can do that because I don't know where to send it to.
All right.
So,
well, what's the name of this sibling of yours?
oh boy, I don't know if they're going to like me telling you, but
Look, starts to get up and stretch. We could do this the easy way. We could do this the hard way. If you're here to obstruct us trying to get justice.
all right, I will tell you. It's Max. And yes, I will roll deception.
Yeah, that's gonna be real bad.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay. Max. Is there a last name?
No, they thin. And that's not deception roll, because that is true.
Alright, and what does this Max look like?
They've got dark green hair. Also true. They typically wear, oh shit, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what kind of armor Fog wears.
It was medium of some sort. I don't remember the
Medium of
specific
some sort.
quality.
Alright, I'll just, for the
You can
sake
give like
of
a general,
moving
like,
forward.
descriptive. Yeah, that's not a problem.
I'm gonna try to avoid mentioning that they are a genasi, but so I guess what I'm gonna do is describe everything but the skin color for the most part. Yes, they wear medium armor. They wield a short sword, wooden shield. Now, this is only if they're out, you know, if you catch them out investigating. If they're, you know, in whatever accommodations they're at, I'm not. They will be wearing regular clothes, but those are the weapons they wear. It's medium armor. Their eyes are a dark green. They're rather on the bulky side, muscular, should I say. They are very much into exercising, certainly unlike me. And by sibling, I should mention, we are not related. They, as I said, they were an orphan, and it's a sort of found family type of thing, considering I no longer have parents myself, but
I'm sorry to hear. Very sad story. I'm sure. All right, so
I am certainly not sad about my parents, but thank you for the gesture.
all right, so we got Max. Got
Yeah.
He'll go over like a short little description. He's gonna give you a very specific, just like piercing look directly in the eyes, as if like he knows something's up.
Something's up, yeah.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for this Max. See if we can try to find him. Try to see if we can secure any of that info. Now,
Please do let me know if you do get a hold of them. I haven't heard from them since they've left, and now that I'm aware that they could be in danger, I'm a bit concerned, and it would be nice to know that they are safe.
I'm sure they're fine. Onto matters. However, I'm not seeing any sort of utensils or tools for these folks here to be casting any spells. What were they doing?
You don't see as in, I'm almost wondering if they had components that could have been used up. Is that a See, that's the thing, is I'm not entirely sure, other than the fact that one of them used the flame spell that hit Gale. I'm not entirely sure what sort of mages they are, or I'm wondering if these cultists have any sort of ways of casting that I'm not familiar with.
You are definitely going to have to give me a deception.
Alright.
I mean,
Yeah,
the way I'm
but that's-
interpreting this is that you are
'cause of
purposefully
race.
omitting. Right.
No, I know. Alright, 18.
Okay. He's going to take another look at you. Look, just between you and me, this Max character, this sister of yours, now no one...
Sibling, they're not a woman.
My apologies.
Thank you.
This spell casting business, I feel like there's just a piece missing. Now, again, I don't want to do this the hard way, but if you are omitting any sort of evidence that is an infraction against the city, if it comes back around to us, we need to take slightly different approaches. So we could either all work out here, or we can go our separate ways.
God damn it.
For transparency, I rolled a nat 20 on the first and a 21
God
on the
damn
second.
it. Alright, wait, so as in I failed both deceptions then?
Yeah.
Or does he mean, okay. God.
Just for
fuck.
transparency.
Alright, I mean, I appreciate the transparency. I'm just trying to think of how I could, fuck.
He's just looking at you as like his face
Yeah.
telling like he knows something is up, and you are.
I mean, something is up.
Meanwhile,
Alright,
back at the bar,
go ahead and talk to them. Yeah.
yeah, Gale, Rayleigh, is there anything you want to do at the bar? Like you just see the two servers kind of like
I
cowering,
guess I would have
looking over.
chatted a little bit, but kind of seeing Sev go on her tirade, I probably would have gotten up and just left and started slowly walking for Dresmorland's Manor.
Oh, you
Probably
Wait.
carrying at least 2 of the rings with me.
Okay, good.
Okay,
And if I was thinking about offering to let them have Locke sniff and me tell him what he finds,
Yeah.
but I mean they might not be interested, so you can just say
Wait,
like,
I thought he already sniffed though. It was 25. that he
yeah, we did
rolled.
not get to that though because the whole
Okay.
yeah. Gale, as you would begin to leave, the 2 guards by the door
They're probably gonna block
south
you.
would like move together, letting you know, we apologize. We can't let anyone leave at the moment, not until the investigations here
Yeah, I
is
figured.
done.
Okay,
just
I guess I'm
bide your
stuck then
time.
and sit with
guy.
Themius and servers and just pass time.
Sure.
Alright, and then what's Rayleigh doing again?
offering to help the guard.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sure. I mean, you can find a
Lock.
couple of the guard of the platoon that
The
came
ones
in
that aren't talking to me.
and take a look around. Is there anything specific you're looking to investigate?
Just whether or not, like whether Locke can notice anything weird about the bodies, if they smell weird, and
the
if they any
Lord.
information that I get from that to them. I'll show them the magic ring that I have, just on my finger, to explain the situation.
Yeah, right.
Is this the ring to communicate with Locke?
Bonding.
Right.
Cool. Yeah, so Locke can take a sniff around. And as he's sniffing through the different bodies, this is happening while Seb's going on the whole tirade with Bartholomew. And they don't really pick up a whole lot of anything. You can tell that like 2 of the bodies are humans, 2 of them are dragonborn.
Dragonborn. Yeah, I remember you told.
Wait.
Oh, you told me that after the session. Okay, I forgot. For some reason, I thought you still said that during the session, so
no.
I forgot. But okay.
No, it's just what they looked like. I don't think we ever discussed that in game.
All right.
But yeah, take a look around. Nothing really seems to be off. Keeps circling around the spot where the missing figure was, and then heads off to the window, off to the east.
Oh, Locke is sniffing around the missing figure? Huh.
And then it just sits down, kind of whines, while pointing over at the window.
Window.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask him, did someone leave at the window?
Smell. Gone. Leave.
I see. So you're saying the smell seems like it went from that spot over there, pointing where the figure disappeared, to
Well,
this
we
window
gotta
and then
leave.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let the guards know that. Thank you.
Good call.
Give it a little arf, and walk back towards the guards. Yes. Is there anything you've found? Anything your companion here is sniffed out?
Yeah, well, one of the people here, he cast a dark, or thieves cast a dark spell, and he's the one that left with a painting. According to Locke, pointing at the wolf over there, uh, it seems like the scent of him from where he was standing when he cast the magic continued over to the window. So it seems like he used the spell darkness to escape out the window and go into town.
Wait, hold up. I'm trying to remember. Did the darkness spell like go all the way to the window? Like a way that
I
if
think
he
it
got
has a.
out of-
Does
remember
the
right.
window open?
That's another good question.
It is a stained glass window. I believe the radius of darkness is 15 feet. So it would have been
But I
like
don't
just
remember
outside the
what
window.
Okay,
But
yeah.
Although I don't know if it
worth
goes
realizing that
around. I don't know if it goes around. Like goes through material.
I mean,
And
it
it's worth
doesn't
noting that
matter.
if it's like 10 or 15 feet tall in that room, the only person who possibly could have noticed the person escaping with the painting would have been Dressmorland, and he was kind of busy with a golem at the moment.
Right. Wait,
Yeah, I don't know if it would have like gone to the other side of the wall, but from where they were standing, it would definitely reach to the window at the very least.
So yeah, that's what I was about to say though. Is let me get over there so I can see without the stupid pillars in the way. Can you like point out where like the center of the spell was? 'Cause
Right above you.
right above, like the square above me.
Yep.
Here, you mean?
Yep.
Okay.
About 10
Then,
feet away
yeah, that
from the
would've-
from the window.
Right. Okay. I mean, I remember it was in the vicinity, and I know what the radius is because you know I'm a drow and I can cast it too. But I don't. I did not remember where it started. All right. Okay. Okay. So you said that the window is still intact and like looks fine, right?
Yeah, it's like a nice, like decorated stained glass window. It's got like a little, like different multicolored panes of glass, kind of like all melted together with some like metallic bracing.
Okay. I'm wondering, is this on the first floor? Like, it is the, like, would it be like an entire story up if they jumped theoretically,
I think this
or?
would probably be on the second floor at least.
Cause yeah, I don't remember if you have to take stairs. Was it on the second floor, babe? Or
What?
There's like two sets of stairs, like from the entrance of the building, they're like it's elevated, and then going into the estate room here, there's like another
Yeah.
set of stairs to go up. So it would
I
be
guess I should ask.
maybe half a story up.
I guess I should ask, like, how tall is the drop if you were to jump out the window to the ground?
Like 4 feet.
Oh, okay. All right, good to know.
Well, maybe higher. No, probably like 6 feet. So
That's
like
not
it's a
bad.
normal window placement, whatever that would be. I'm thinking like
Right.
5 to 6 feet, so you can actually like see out of it.
And okay, but basically, like, if the average person were to jump out of it, they would not get hurt because it's super high.
No, they might get like
Okay.
cuts and bruises from like the glass, but that's it.
Well,
No sort of issue with
Also
height.
assuming magic is involved, and they might have just apparated right on the ground.
Yeah, I was thinking either like a teleportation spell or like if they were able to like jump out the window and then cast mending on
Or
broken
Misty
window?
Step if it can go through material.
If there was
Check Misty Step. I haven't.
any sort of broken glass, it would have been heard.
That's fair.
So I will say
okay.
that.
And so the
Um,
window can't just be like removed and then put back into place or anything.
No, it doesn't seem
No,
as
I
if it
kinda
can
think that
be.
would take way too
yeah.
much time to do.
Yeah. It does. So,
So-
Misty Step says, it does not say anything about there being like, things in the way. It's just briefly surrounded by silvery mist. You teleport up to 30 feet to an occupied space that you can see. However, it says nothing about there being glass in the way. So to me, that sounds like, yeah, it's reasonable to Misty step out the window. That's just a theory, though. So who
And
knows?
I attempt an Arcana check.
I will
Yeah.
assist.
If you are not able to assist.
Oh right, I'm busy. Never mind.
I can't.
No, because Sev is currently occupied in
On
another
her tirade.
conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
But yeah,
busy,
as you're like taking a look around, if you want to give me an Arcana just to see like if it's feasible, absolutely, go right ahead. Is there anything else that you
my own
wanted?
later after I'm done.
Is
Oh,
is there anything else you wanted to mention? Really?
Well,
I just want to make
seeing
sure that we
that
don't like
it's a-
skip over anything.
I mean, seeing that it's a stained glass window, I'd probably be confused as to how they use the window to get out. But I
it
mean,
might be
Locke
worth,
seems pretty
like-
certain about it.
Yeah, I mean, wait. So when Locke first sniffed, he sniffed the area where the person disappeared and then kept looking to the window. I'm
Right,
wondering
and
if
whining at it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it might be worth like having him sniff the window itself. Like, I mean, obviously, like he's focused on the window, but I'm wondering if maybe having him sniff it directly might say anything.
I think it sounds like he is sniffing the window.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. That's fine. Whatever
Anything
else
else?
you guys want to do?
Anything else you want to mention, Rayleigh?
I think I'll give the information to Gail as well.
Okay. So as you bring it up to Gale, you can go ahead and just try to like an idea of like what the surrounding area is like, what could potentially be feasible, and you like line yourself back up with where the figure was, take a look around. Like to your left and right, all around you, there were just nothing but figures everywhere, and they were kind of cornered by their friends and foes alike. The spell began to go off, and there's just this giant wave of darkness that spread out from the figure's origin point. And as you begin to head upwards, you feel like they could potentially manage to finagle themselves out of a position to potentially another window where they would be able to overlook past the darkness and potentially figure a way out.
Yeah. All right.
And I ritual cast Detect Magic to see if there's any hints left in the air, seeing as how it was fairly recent.
Also, maybe if the windows were like, if somebody like put a spell in the window where like it could, like
Maybe a terror in reality or something.
Yeah, just anything going on with the windows. Yeah, good call. And if you find anything, then obviously you can ask me to identify once I'm done with both my tirade and talking to the guard.
Give me an Arcana. So,
In addition?
Or
yeah, my spells have their time and duration. The way I always figured it was after that duration, the essence begins to fade. It's been roughly like an hour, if not more, since this started and the guards got here. So at this point, like it would already kind of be fading for any like leftover residue.
And I
with a 7, unfortunately, especially like taking the time to ritual cast Detect Magic, adding even more time on top of it, any sort of trace would just be gone.
okay, I thought I'd try.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call.
Oh man, if only I'd been able to help you, could have gotten a better roll. Anyway.
Anything
All right,
else?
You guys have anything else?
I think I'm good.
Fantastic. And let's go back to Sev in the hot seat,
Alright.
talking with
So-
the captain.
Okay, so the guy is asking me if I know anything else to turn over. Alright, I'm gonna sigh. Alright, well, I do apologize. I'll pull out alright, so Gale has one of the rings, yeah?
At least one or two, yeah.
Okay, so let's say you have two, and then I'll pull out the two that I have. Three. Well, I mean, wait. Babe, do you remember how many rings?
I
Gale
do
took?
not. I feel
Okay.
like it probably would have been 2-2-1, unless
Wait, no, there were only 4
there were 5.
total. I mean, yeah, but I thought the guy, the 5th guy, escaped with his.
There are 6 enemies total. There is one who is off in the way, going down the corridor, going down to the kitchens.
Wait,
My memory is that I left immediately after everything.
Oh, so you
and
would
headed out, so I don't think I would have had to. Yeah, I don't think I know about.
Okay,
the
so it's split 2-3
Wait,
between y'all.
But
Then.
what about the golem? Yeah, that's what I was about to say, though. Like, I thought it was the golem and 5 people. Because you said 2 humans,
1, 2, 3,
dragonborn.
4. Oh, that's true. What is this guy? 3 humans, 2 dragonborn. There is a dude
Okay, whatever.
down in the corridor who is chasing Arena. This is the one
Yeah.
that you were like right on top of, Gale.
Yeah, okay.
I know I smacked 2 of
The
them
one
dead,
that you
so
finished off.
Yeah. Yeah, my
Okay,
apologies.
so-
So there were
Alright.
6 of the figures total, plus the construct.
Wait, plus the construct, or
6 of the figures, plus the construct.
so there were 6 people, 1 got away, so there were 5 rings left then?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Alright, so Gale then has 2 rings and I've got 3. Alright, so I'm gonna
Sure.
sigh, pull out the rings, be like, so I apologize for keeping these from you. However, we were tasked to find these. These are property of Asher from Asher's Emporium. These were stolen from him. We were tasked to find them and return them, so I'm trying
Whoa.
to do that.
Whoa. Hold on there, little missy. Okay. So, you're telling me that the individual you think could tell you more about the runes on that thing there, hulk of metal, is also the one who supplied these individuals with these rings? And that doesn't
they
strike
were
you to be
stolen for him.
stolen? And you don't think
That's
it's a
why we
little...
were tasked.
You don't think it's a little odd that they were stolen by the same group of individuals who might have something, a work of his?
Fuck. Well, now that you put it that way,
This would have been a grave matter if this was withheld.
All right. Well, why don't you? I will hand these over, but I do think. I do think it might be a good idea to let him know we did find them, but that you were holding on to for the investigation, and he can have them back. I just want to make sure that we have done our job in his mind.
Well, if he has any questions similar to that they're Dresmorland, you can always direct them down to the station. If they were indeed stolen, there would have been a report that had been filed out. You should be able to go through the proper channels to obtain his property if they were
The
recovered
warehouse
and turned back
told
in.
me- the warehouse told me that. Or no, actually, one of the guards told me when we were first investigating that he did indeed file a report, and nobody had been successful in finding the culprit. So yes, there were reports through the proper channels.
Great. Then
About them being stolen.
we will go ahead and put these under their report. Then, now that we have the reclaimed property, once they are properly identified,
All right.
as
All right. That's fine. I was hoping that we. Could you make sure, though, to give us credit for finding them? Considering, this was a job, and he did say he would pay us for it if we had found them. So I want to make sure that we are properly compensated for finding the things that he had said were stolen. So by all means, keep them safe and locked up, especially if you are concerned that this was an inside job that he was involved in. Please make sure that these are protected and locked up under the most complicated of your measures, along with the paintings.
we will be taking the utmost care with all the items that will be recovered. You can, no worries there. Are there any other items, any other leads that you've not been forthcoming about?
Well, I did tell you about the Black Suns and my sibling Max. See, they are investigating after they heard about the I should also let you know that Max is a pseudonym. As they were an orphan, their mother died in childbirth. I am not sure if they'd had an original name, and it's mostly a nickname. So, as far as legal name goes, orphans are they don't always have any sort of documentation, as you're aware, with the last names, but that's what I am calling them. Is that you coughing or the guard coughing? Wrong pipe.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Gale inhaled some water, so give him a minute.
Yeah, I mean...
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm here busy
earlier-
drinking.
Feels like you're getting waterboarded if you accidentally
Oh my
inhale
God.
water when it's
Yeah,
like
I
one of the
hate it.
harmless things.
Earlier we had burgers for dinner. Like, I had burger go down the wrong pipe, and Dale was in the other room washing his hair, and like he looked out as if I was dying, and I'm like, it's okay, it's just wrong pipe.
It's rough.
I hate it though. It is. It really is. All right. Anyway. God fucking damn it. Sorry, I hate these earphones. Go on.
So he's just gonna look at you. And, you're telling me the Max is their actual name?
Max is their nickname, because we don't know what their mother would have named them, as she died when they were a baby.
You know what I'm gonna ask.
You sure you want a deception? Because that is all technically true.
I have not been made aware of this before.
We definitely did say that they were an orphan growing up on the street. Like,
Yes, but we have
that-
never discussed them having a different name.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying though, is I don't know if their mother named them something different.
You are potentially looking to obfuscate the information to the guard. This isn't anything that we had talked about prior, so go give me that deception.
Can I at least roll with advantage, considering this is like a
After
particular wording?
after he already knows something is up. Sorry.
Okay.
It's
Please,
what you get for
please,
lying.
there's this. No, I'm not saying please to you. I'm saying please to let this roll be good.
I mean, it's been good rolls so far, so let's see how it
God
goes.
damn it, it's not this time. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Don't detonate Max.
I'm guessing I failed.
He just continues looking straight at you.
Yeah.
With just this piercing look in his eyes. Go on. I feel like there's a bit more to the story that we should be aware of. Especially if it's a matter that affects city security. We don't want to have any more instances like this.
2 new nemesises added to her list.
Well, I wouldn't say this one's a nemesis, considering this is a one-sided thing. The other was, yes, a nemesis. Anyway,
I guess.
I'm gonna send this guy a message in my using my cantrip. Now.
Okay.
You must.
Once again.
I know it's verbal.
He is suspicious. You are going to cast a spell in his vicinity.
Okay, then I'll lead with.
Just.
Okay. I'm gonna lead with. I will tell you. I'm gonna lower my. No, first I'm gonna kind of look around and make sure there are no other guards. Paying attention. Are there?
Oh yeah. They're apart from the one that kind of went off with
Right.
Rayleigh and Gale, or that they had been talked to. A couple of the others are definitely looking your way, or at least towards the captain.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna lead with. This is something I must tell you, and you. I cannot have the others listening, for my own security reasons. So, just so you're aware, I'm going to cast a spell to make sure only you hear it. And my friend here can vouch for the fact that this is harmless, and I'm only going to speak to you directly into your mind so that we are not overheard. All right?
I believe that'd be something best avoided here. If you got something you need to say, I mean, we can head out to another room if you don't want to have others alerted, but no need for magic. What's the issue? Are you okay? Are you being? Are the folks around you?
I'm fine. It's just that it might not be a good thing if others hear me say the name of sibling.
All
This
right,
is
all
all
right.
a very low voice.
Let's
The only thing is,
let's take a walk. Let's take a walk outside. I'll begin to lead.
outside is not a good thing. We need to go to another the empty room.
He's referring like outside the room. He's gonna walk
Oh,
down,
okay.
past Gleamweaver, out past the two guards, who open the door for him and shut it right behind you. Jeeves is no longer here. He has left the premises. And as the doors are closed all around you. It is just you and him in the like small little corridor outside the room.
All right. Oh, hang on. Ah, damn it. That's not gonna work. Okay. Okay. So, does this room have any vents or like any way for people to hide in the?
I think you cut out a little bit. What was that?
Does this room have like vents or something, or any way to hide in the wall?
No, there are a couple of tables that have like really thin legs. They're like one of those like high-rise tables that have like possum stuff on them. There are
So it's
4
just
doorways.
tables?
They're all closed. There are paintings along some of the walls, but like there's no vents, there's no windows, there's no place for someone just like dip into.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna get out notebook from my purse. So I'm gonna do a quick look to see if there's like anyone hiding under like tables or whatever.
Yeah, I mean you can do like a quick look around. You feel pretty safe here.
All right, I'm just gonna like speak as quietly as I can. I'm also gonna write Fogg's name in the notebook. But before I show him that, I'm just going to say, I would be concerned giving you this name. Primarily because I'm worried others, especially now that there's cultists about. I don't want anyone learning the name. If you insist that I tell you, I will, but I need to make sure that not another soul learns it, and I will need to destroy this paper immediately after. Also, I prefer if you not tell others their name. Can you do that?
Oh, well, we'll hear the name. We'll see what's going on with them, and then we can go from there. What seems to be the,
As in, when you say, see what's going on with them, do you mean that you share their name with us and find them, correct?
cut out. What was that?
Sorry. Now, when you say, see what's going on with them and we'll see, do you mean you will not share the name with anyone else, at least until you find them? Or what do you mean by that?
Well, at the very least, if it is information that is pertinent to our investigation going on here, we will need to know. We will need to document. If it seems that there is a potential issue, or if they are in some sort of danger, we can certainly...
I don't know that they're in well, yes, they could be in danger.
Well, the way that you're acting right now and all the accusations, them knowing what's going on with the Dark Sun fellows over there, seems as if there is a certain involvement.
For one thing, I can't even be sure if these are the Dark Suns. I mean, that's only speculation on my part. I don't know what is even going on with them or why my sibling is investigating. I don't know anything about them. These are cultists for sure, but I have no way of knowing if they are one and the same.
I understand, and we are going to certainly dig into that on our side here, figure out what we can find out.
That is fine, and I appreciate the help. The thing is, I just don't like the idea of their real name. Is there any way, if you need to document them anywhere else, is there any way you could use a code name?
Listen, I'm going to need to know their name. You can't go ahead and just not tell me. But what I can do for you, if you're concerned about their safety, if I need to address them in some sort of post going out or other documentation coming from this, there will be another name that we'll be using for them, all right?
I can do that. I just do not want anyone else besides you, who I'm speaking to directly, knowing the name. Can I roll insight to see if the guy seems to be sincere in saying he won't tell Fogg's name?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. Honestly, because Fogg would kick my ass if they found out I told
19?
Pop.
Okay.
19. Cool.
Yeah, he seems on the up and up, as if like he's taking a like genuine care to how intense you're being about their
Alright.
safety or livelihood.
So, one more thing besides my siblings' identity, I have to ask now, what made you suspect that these rings were the source of their magic? What do you know, and what caused you to ask about them so persistently?
Well, I know that spellcasters typically need to have some sort of thingamajigs or other items, tools, or utensils on them to start casting spells and whatnot. And when I was looking over the bodies, I didn't see anything of the like. I just thought it was a little strange that you would mention that they had cast spells very notably, and those items were not present.
Yes, we do carry our, as you put it, thingamajig. All right. I want to make another insight to see, because I just want to be sure that this guy, I also want to, both, I want to make sure he's not both in on things with the Black Suns, but also someone who, like, would be, looking for Fog. Can I roll insight for that?
No, I mean,
On one hand, that would be pretty unlikely. On the other hand, it would be pretty funny if it were true.
I mean,
True.
Absolutely, yes. I mean,
So
Seb
with-
is overly cautious with that, though.
I mean,
Dale
it's-
taking notes like
It's been so close from the last interaction. I think
cool.
your like previous insight would carry over.
Okay.
Um,
Ooh, wow.
and
Dale does something helpful for once.
I I honestly think I am more than fair in
I
trying
know,
to be
babe.
helpful.
I'm giving you shit because it's my job as your
Um,
partner. Anyway.
So yeah, I mean, you get that like he is concerned. He's at least like being a leader of sorts
Guard.
of the guard.
Captain.
He would have potentially like more knowledge than your average person would. He would, this isn't an unreasonable line of thought for him to be thinking about.
Okay. Alright, yeah. Oh shit, there was one more thing I thought of before telling him Fog's name. God damn it. Alright, finding Fog. I'm sure I'm gonna think of it after, like, later, like, okay, whatever. Alright, well, as long as you don't tell their true name to others, you're sure you would not allow me to say the name directly into your mind to be extra secure?
At this point in time, no, ma'am.
Wow. All right. I will write Fog's name down on a piece of paper. I will hold it up to him long enough for him to read it and then snatch it away. You saw that, right?
Yeah. It was Fog.
Are you... Shush! Shush! That was the whole fucking point of putting it on a piece of parchment because I don't want...
My apologies. I did not realize that was an actual name.
I don't know who could be hiding out. There's no one in immediate... Shit, I wish I had, like, detect life or something. Oh my goodness!
I do apologize about that. That's with the way you're acting right now. That is our actual name.
Yes, it's an actual name. It is their actual name. I was telling the truth about them being an orphan and not knowing if their mother named something else, but yes, that's their actual name.
So I'm gonna take a step back at you, look back at the door, kind of circle around, like leading you to the like towards the light, so you get a better like view of your face.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you know that if any of this information is untrue, this is gonna come back to you.
This is entirely correct. If you truly do not believe me, you can have my associates who are thoroughly familiar with my sibling. Now, I'm gonna also look to this guy, be like, so just to be sure, you've never heard of them, correct?
He's gonna like lift up the little visor of his helmet. You can fully see his face. This is like an older human.
Okay.
Starting to like middle age, like mid 40s ish.
Yeah.
He's got like some wrinkles and whatnot. Looks you directly in the eyes. Who are we talking about?
My sibling. Now that I've told you their name.
You have a sibling? I don't know who they are.
I like you. I do want to roll. I again make sure that they're not lying about not knowing fog. Can I do that, or is that going to carry over?
Yeah, for this encounter, I mean, 19's a pretty dang good roll. This is kind of the whole, like, still the same debacle.
Okay.
Now they can see his face. Yeah, I don't think that, like,
All
he
right.
would, even, like, passively, you don't think that there's any sort of issue here.
All right, cool. So, all right, so dude truly is not familiar with fog and clearly seems to be taking the security as, you know, seriously enough to, like, pretend not to know about our conversation. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that a rogue slipped in during your all's conversation and wiped his
Oh
memory.
my god. Well.
All right, well,
You and I have
uh,
one more request, and that is, would you mind have a few of your men searching the vicinity to make sure we overheard after the slip up earlier, which
yeah, we could have
will
a
be
couple of men making their rounds. That there are orders to have a couple of guards stationed outside and a couple of guards to be walking the upper floors.
that works for me. It's just that since there were some doors that, you know, could have been hiding eavesdroppers, the issue that I'm concerned with is that if there were other cultists around and they were indeed the Black Suns, I don't want them knowing the identities of anyone who could be investigating them.
I understand you. Is there anything more to go on for these Dark Suns, or is it just from...
I wish.
No? Alright, so this is something that apparently they know about out in the out on the West Coast then.
Yes, and I must make a request that if you were to meet anyone else investigating, that you any particular people, I'm gonna kind of like give a, you know, intentional look and nod implying that I'm talking about fog, that you not mention you got any information from me. Is that all right? Because let's just say, if anyone were to find out that I am talking about this, they may not be happy with me about it.
Alright, understood.
Well, I appreciate the care you're taking with this matter.
Man, I just
know
want to see
that-
Grimseth safe and sound. That means catching the perps and catching the organization that did this, attacked our great and good city and everything it stood for. I mean, that's all I'm looking to do. I just need my information to do that. I appreciate
sounds
you.
like our goals
Does he
are
sell
aligned.
propane and propane accessories?
Oh my god. Yeah, you. Oh my god, babe, you actually do a great Hank Hill.
Definitely not
Oh
what I
my
was.
God.
Definitely not what I was going for.
I know, but
If
goddamn,
you
you really would make a killer voice actor if you
It-
can do Hank Hill that good.
if you have any more information that you need to share, you can always drop down to the station up north. But is there anything else your colleagues, your peers might be able to share?
I'll go ahead and like look over at Gail and Rayleigh. Anything else you lot?
I shrug.
You shrug?
He asked if there's anything we need to share, and I just kind of shrugged.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just
Okay.
wasn't. I wasn't sure if I misheard you. Rayleigh, anything you can think of that I may have forgotten about?
I mean, I had Locke sniff around, try and find anything. I mean, I was.
And we did tell the guards everything that we knew, so
Yeah. Oh, where is Locke? I want to give Pat
I'd probably like right
and a piece of
beside
fish jerky.
yeah, right beside Rayleigh's feet. I don't think you had any of the jerky directly on you at the moment, but
probably not.
Oh,
No, we're
shit,
probably in a
that's
rush to
right.
get him out.
yeah.
God damn. Well, I will.
It's probably an hors d'oeuvre. We'll just give him one of those.
Yeah,
Great
easy enough. You
idea.
can like grab something from the
Go-
table.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
All right.
Have him catch it.
So the
You've been quite a good boy, dear Locke.
the guard is going to, or sorry, the captain is going to motion the two guards by the door to head outside. Yeah, you boys might walk on the perimeter just to make sure that everything's on the up and up. We had a couple of concerns brought up, and as you get them both kind of like shrug and sigh. All right, yes, Captain. We'll go take a look around. Is everything?
I'll look to them and the captain. Cheers, mates.
The captain is going to direct his attention back to you.
Me?
To the general you, to the three of you. And
Okay.
all right, well, seems our investigation here is done for now. You three, well,
Wait,
four.
what happened with Locke? Did he find anything while we were speaking?
He found that the smell of the guy who cast the darkness spell seemed to end at a stained glass window. Not really sure how he would have escaped from there or what.
Now,
My follow-up research of where Locke had sniffed, it's feasible that they may have somehow teleported out, but as to how, I don't know.
all right. Now that I'm here, I want to go my own Anna, if that's okay, babe.
I don't think it's necessary. Like, knowing how like Gale handled it and like what he's familiar with, I think like you'd come to the same conclusion. I think that's
Alright.
easy enough.
Okay.
The window wasn't broken, and yet Locke smelled something leave, and there's no way the window could have opened, so put two and two together, it must have been some sort of magical thing.
Real quick, I do kind of want to go knock on the windows, like physically, like
Okay.
feel them with my hands.
Sure.
Investigation.
No need.
or-
You can go ahead and knock on the window. It kind of like rattles a little bit.
Rattle.
Yeah, not like it's loose,
How so?
but like
Okay.
with specific like panes of stained glass, sometimes they're fitted and slotted together and like melded together, but the metal bindings aren't always like firmly in place. So it just seems like the metal that's kind of like bound them to the window itself is a little loose, but the window seems very solid, very stable.
I kind of want to like even further like feel around on the framework. I just want to see if it seems at all possible for the window to be like temporarily removed, or if there's any.
It seems
No.
firmly slotted into
Okay.
its encapsulation.
All right, wait, so the window that we're talking about, is it the one that's at the bottom of the stairs, or
Yes.
the one that, okay. All right, all right, so I certainly think it might not be a bad idea to go outside and investigate outside this window, with Locke in tow. What do you lot think?
I mean, I think that would be fine as long as they're up for it. I mean,
The
they've
captain's
made
gonna
it pretty clear that
speak up. It would be best if you all just went home. We do have the investigation covered here. We don't need more non-affiliated peoples on site.
The reason I say this, and it won't take long, I just want to see if he can sniff the ground directly below the window, see if he can smell any cultists. I'm just curious because, as it seems, there's two possibilities. One being he teleported but far away, but there's also the possibility that he only teleported a short distance, which is something I can do myself. And if it was only a short distance, he would have left a trace of smell that our wolf here could pick up. Now, like I said, it won't take a very long time, but I mean, no offense, but you gods certainly don't have the sense of smell that our sweet boy here does.
Well, I understand the concern, but some of our platoons do in fact have animals with them that are dedicated for the purpose of sniffing out any sort of wrongdoings
I
or.
did not know that. All right.
I understand that you're a concerned
okay.
citizen, of course, but believe me, we do have everything under control here. Now, I know it's been a
All right,
rough night
all
for
right.
y'all. You've been through a whole lot of stress, and on behalf of Grimsith, I do apologize for everything that you are put through. We do appreciate the work that you have done tonight and how key you were in trying to apprehend and calm down the the group here.
It's
But
quite literally our jobs.
well, we appreciate it. And if you could all just return to your homes or your other business for the night, we've got everything here. If you have any other questions, if you have anything else to bring up or to add to the report, you can visit us off at the station. And if you need to reach me, just call for Captain.
What time is it?
Oh,
Like,
at this
what
point,
time of day? Yeah.
How long have we been here since the
yeah,
attack
it's.
stopped?
Because it started
I
at
think
8,
the
right?
I think the event started at 8. Dresmorland got here probably around like 8:45, 9 o'clock ish. So it's probably
Okay.
like 10:30 now.
Okay.
No, it's probably like
Alright.
11:30 now.
Now,
Okay.
out of game, I do want to remind everyone that Dresmorland invited us to his estate for the night,
I
though
remember
I was
that,
not
yeah.
in the room at that point.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, I feel like, honestly, it might be best to...
We can deal with that when we get when we start moving on.
Yeah, because personally, I am concerned about mentioning it in front of the guards anyway, just since they've been, like, very involved in a lot of stuff, and I don't want them getting suspicious or anything of him, but yeah.
So
Right.
he will motion down. The guards aren't there anymore. He'll open the door for you
Well, yeah, Captain.
and begin to follow you, like start to like direct you out and lead you
Okay.
outside the museum.
Cool.
All right, and with that, you find yourselves out of the museum, and you are back onto the streets of Grimsith proper.
Now that we're outside, are we like, so we're out of earshot of all the guards? Yeah, they're all still inside.
There are a couple of guards that are outside that you see walking around, like holding various different animals on leashes, as if like they're trying to like sniff around for something, just like walking the perimeter of the museum. So like
I
directly,
think we
they
should
are in earshot.
Find a carriage and head for Dresmorlands like he had requested.
All right. Real quick, I guess, I don't know if this is something I would ask Dale or what, but like, I'm just wondering before we get too far, like, if there were to be the smell of a person that was left outside the window, how long would that smell linger? Like hypothetically, if we were to come back tomorrow and have Locke sniff it, would it still be there? Or because
I
you said the
don't.
magic.
I don't think so. With the smell,
Okay.
if it was isolated on its own, it might be for a while. But with so many new smells coming in, I think that would kind of like get mixed and muddied,
Okay.
and it'd be difficult, if impossible, to
Right.
pick out.
Ooh, I just got an idea. But first, but for that we had Locke make sure to memorize the smell of the cultists and the construct and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he
Mhm.
definitely like went around, try to like sniff all of them, like has them in mind.
Okay. So I'm gonna gesture for us to kind of like go around the block just so we're out of earshot of the guards, but like stop us real quick. So I'm just gonna like really drop my voice. So I know we were prohibited from investigating the window outside for the cell. However, I could potentially have my familiar discreetly do so. If it does not pick anything up, remember that I can make Locke invisible. I'm concerned that anything they might find could be concealed from us.
Are you sure having an invisible dog potentially bumping into one of the investigators is such a good idea, though?
Well, perhaps not, but I can at the very least have my familiar go. Are you both in agreement?
I mean, the only issue here is how much distance does it have to appear? I mean, how
Uh,
much distance does it have to block him from being visible?
I mean, well, for one, you know what? Let me look real quick at the spell because I don't remember. Find familiar.
What are you trying to look up?
I'm trying to see because I want to have my mouse familiar go like sniff out the area under the window, but let's see. But Wolf is asking like how far away can it go?
Well, I thought you were asking to send Locke in. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I did ask that, but Stoic was like, that might not be a good idea even if he's invisible. So
Right,
that
right. I do think a mouse would be better, honestly, because it
yeah,
So
I
plays
mean,
less
I
suspicious.
think that the familiar can have a range of 100 feet.
that's what I'm looking. Yeah. Yeah, it can. All
I
right.
think that's
Um
just to telepathically communicate. I don't
yeah,
think it
okay.
like loses anything if it's further,
Okay.
but you're not able to
Yeah, all right.
actually communicate with it. So,
Okay. Well, I mean, communication isn't the biggest issue. It's more so like, I mean, I still do want to get as close as I can, but like, if it can go as far as it wants, that's cool too. So like, um, well, the other thing is, I can also, well, okay, so it has to be within 100 feet to communicate. Does it also have to be 100 feet for me to be able to poof it into the pocket dimension? Or
let's see.
okay, let me reread the wording because I just saw 100 feet.
Feeling active in pen view, always obeys your commands. 0 hit points. While you're 100, you can communicate telepathically. Additionally, you can see. Like, has. Oh, where does it say?
Um,
As an action, while
see,
it's
as
temporarily
an
dismissed.
action, temporarily dismissed. Disappears in pocket dimension.
Hmm.
Alternatively, you can dismiss it for. No, it looks like. No, it actually it doesn't say anything about distance if you poof it away. So, I mean, unless you want to rule it differently, babe.
I feel like it makes sense to have it within that distance in order to poof it away.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
All
there
right.
is so much abuse otherwise.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
So I think for now
right.
we're gonna roll it with that, but I'll take
Okay.
a look into it and then we'll update that depending.
I mean, it's fine. Let's just do it. Let's just rule it 100 feet for now. So, can you bring back the map of the exterior where the window would be, please?
Yeah.
I just want to like figure out where we be able to hide. With honestly, the only reason I want to be that close is one, to be able to poof it away if like it's caught, which I mean it's a mouse and it's small and it probably won't be caught, but also like, you know, if something happens to it, like I want to know where it is and what happened so that I'm not like, oh my god, this is so funny. It says Captain, comma, the.
That is his name.
It's just funny the because like his last name is Captain, his first name is the, and they have it. Oh my god, that's funny. Okay, all right. I just want to see where we could potentially hide. Well, I
So
could be invisible.
yeah, I mean if you want to cast invisibility, sure. As you're like coming back. Like as you like double track, there are like guards that are walking around like the premise of the building,
Well,
making their rounds. So like you would be
Okay, that's
seen.
fine. I just want to see, like, can you like, so I want to see like
Okay, so
where.
right now, what are
Uh-huh.
you doing? What are you looking to do?
I want to see like, can you mark where the window is that I'm trying to investigate?
So it'd be towards the back half of the building. So you need to somehow navigate through through the different like patrols to get there.
Are you able to like, you don't have to put a token for each of the guards, but at least like a dot on the map so I know where they are, as dogs, which I feel like are more of a concern than the guards, considering if I'm using invisibility, so smell me.
I can try to do so. There's probably like 3 groups per side.
Okay.
So I have the first. Oh God, mouse work with me here. Okay.
It's on the right side of the building, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. God, of course the fucking black is in the way of half the building because of... Is there any way you could, like, get rid of that for temporarily just so I can, like... Well, I guess not. Never mind. Alright. It's on the right side of the building.
What's everyone else looking at doing?
I mean...
I think I'm just planning on relaxing, petting Locke. It's been a long day, frankly.
Yeah.
Are you both
I
okay with
guess
this?
I'll look around for a carriage and try not to look conspicuous.
Okay, sure. It is
Right.
late,
Do we
so
know where Drismorland actually lives? Like, he would have told him, right?
He gave us
yeah. He
directions.
gave you the address to his house. And
Well,
over like the course of the
didn't
downtime,
relay what
like
happened while he wasn't there.
Oh yeah, we gotta catch him up. My question for both of you guys, though, is
Where's our second
are
one?
you okay with doing this? Like, are you okay, like, waiting for me to send the familiar?
I think at this point we're pretty used to Seb doing this kind of thing.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I
But,
figured.
I
I just
mean,
want to ask
if you
you.
get caught, we're not coming to bail you out.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing now is that, like, I want to see like where the guards would be because I might not do it anyway.
All right, well,
Like
they are
depending on.
currently positioned.
All right, I'm trying.
So there's currently
Let's
a
see.
patrol. It's 2 guards and a dog, who are like circling the front lawn area, around the pond. And as you like take a walk around the block, you can see that there is another group that is going around along the like right side of the building, and you can't quite
Now
see
let
what's
me.
beyond the like through the trees or towards the back end of the building.
Um. So I'm not gonna bother with invisibility for this, honestly. Because it's gonna realistically, it's gonna be useless with It's gonna be useless when it comes to like actually sneaking in, considering like the dogs are gonna smell me. However, I think I am thinking I might use. Oh shit! I don't have it prepared. Never mind. All right. I was gonna say I wanted to use guy's self just to look like a random person, so they're not like, hey. Um. Let's see. God damn it! I don't even have like a cloak or anything to cover. I mean, I guess I can put my hood up. Or does this cape even have a hood? I don't remember that.
No, it was more like a mantelpiece. I don't think there was a hood.
Um. All right. Well. Okay. So I gotta go to the right side. Yeah, that's what we said.
The window was on the right side of the building towards the back end.
All right. Let's see. There's a tree here. My first step is going to be. God damn it! All right. The right
Keep in
side of the
mind,
building.
like they're not all static, right? They are actively moving
Yeah.
around.
No,
It's just
I
like the
know.
general area. Okay.
Yeah. Um. So I don't know how to like select a square just to show you a thing.
I mean, you can just hover your cursor over it. I can see the cursor.
Oh, you can. Is this where the window is? This little area here, or is it?
Oh God, no, no. That it is towards the back of the building. This is like this is the
Oh,
east wing.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard for me
This
to.
this is where the exhibit hall 1 was.
Okay. Can you
Like
at least hover?
the window is off towards the east. Sorry, not the east. The central, like back end of the building.
Okay, so where your cursor is, that's where it is.
Yeah, this is where the gal hall would have been.
All right. Now is that within 100 feet of this little tree area, though?
Where you're at?
Yeah, I can't tell how many feet that is.
I don't know the answer to that. Let's go see.
Because if it is,
It
I'm
is
just gonna
just
hide behind
past.
the shit. All right. Well, let's say I go around like here to this tree area. That's still in tree cover, but it's it's still within range.
I mean, if you want to try to sneak past the guards, get some nice coverage, you can.
Well, okay. I mean, I definitely will try to sneak. However, I'm wondering if we could do that with advantage, considering all tree, and it'll be easier to. Yeah.
I
Is that
mean,
okay?
there are trees there to offer cover, but they would not assist you in trying to sneak.
Okay, well,
They give you the chance
regardless.
to, but they don't help you to do the thing.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm still all right, I'll still roll stealth, but I will have invisibility prepared just in case.
Okay.
All right, so I'll roll you
Oh,
a stealth.
hold on, because I know it's dark out.
Yeah.
Probably should have mentioned the, what am I trying to say? The guards do have like torches, like one torch that they're walking around with. So there is a
Okay.
little bit of lighting. It's not just pitch black.
I mean, that wouldn't matter for me, but
Sure,
then,
just
yeah.
like trying to set the scene, make sure there's, again, no miscommunication. Go ahead and give me that stealth.
Okay.
See how this
Before
works.
I do that, though, I am going to like put my mouse there and kind of give it direction.
Sure. Well,
so it can start running.
What specifically are you instructing it to do?
To go sniff out, see if it can smell, the type of, one of the cultists that I had it memorized the smell of earlier. Just see if it can smell anything like directly under the window. Okay?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Please, dear Nocturnal. Fuck. All right. 11.
Okay. With an 11.
Trying to just bury myself in the trees.
Yeah, so like you're trying to move up and you see the different patrols walking around. Try to do a thing. It's bop. Ah! Oh god. Bop. And then bop, I think. Yeah, I think that should be it. So as the patrols are walking around, you see that the one around the pond just keeps moving. Doesn't seem to take any sort of notice of you as you try to scurry into
the tree area.
Why can't I? Come on.
What are you trying to do?
Try to move. There we go. As you try to get into the trees. However, the guard who's like making his way up and down the side of the building comes down like the perfect time and notices you as you try to like slip into the like right behind the trunk of a tree, but sees you between like one of the branches and begins to walk over your way. He has like a like mastiff at his side. Currently, mastiff just like looks directly your way and begins barking.
Walking back the other direction, honestly.
As you start walking back, he's going to like begin to approach. Just call out, "Halt! Halt! Who was there?"
It's me. I'll be leaving now.
Oh, no. You won't be leaving until you answer some questions. What are you doing out so late?
We were here at the event, as I'm sure you knew. We were on our way home, but I wanted to... You see, I'm still a bit concerned about the situation. Now, how many of you are there? I wanted to see if I could... How do I put this? I wanted to see... You lot weren't telling me, to be honest, about your patrol. And I didn't want to say this to the captain's face, but I want to make sure you lot are telling the truth. Telling the whole truth about what you know.
So you were an attendant here at the gala event tonight?
I was. Yes, I was. I'm.
Calm
and
down,
this
Dusty.
is-
Calm down. I know, it's okay.
Oh, the dog. I'll look at him with my hand out. Can I pet him? I'm rather a dog. And one of my companions.
Doesn't
A
like
wolf.
being touched much by strangers. Especially those who should not be at an active crime scene at the moment. Suggest you walk the other way, leave, and I don't need to report this.
I very much appreciate that. I am gonna take out a silver. I did indeed bring my wallet and my little purse here,
Sure.
but I'm gonna give him a silver. Now, I appreciate that. I will be meeting up with my companions.
He is going to throw the silver back your way. If that happens again, I'm taking you in.
All right.
I advise you move along, Missy.
All right. I will. Real quick before I start to move away, since I'm still in range, I'm going to like mentally say the message to my mouse to let's see. I'm gonna tell it to come find me once it's done sniffing. But that I won't be able to talk to it mentally anymore.
Okay.
Wait a minute, hold on. Looking. If I were to go back and join them in stupid mouse. If I were to go join the others right in where they are, right in the building, is that God damn it. Oh, this earphone is like slippery from earwax. Are Gale and Rayleigh within 100 feet of the window where the mouse would be?
100 feet is a pretty big area. We probably are.
Because if they are, then that should work.
Would not be.
By how much?
A good like 20 feet.
20 feet? Okay. Are there guards like right by the door? Because I'm wondering if it's possible to like slip back inside and pretend I lost or I left something behind.
I mean, there are guards that are currently like circling the entire property, so they would be like moving in and out of the door. And then as you were leaving, you did see some of the guards like occupying the foyer, the entryway, the entry hall, inside as well. Like you would think that like it would be difficult to try and get inside, or
Well, I wouldn't be sneaking though. Like I would be like going inside and asking if I could speak to somebody. Like I wouldn't be like it wouldn't be a stealth thing.
sure. I think with the amount of times you've been warned to leave
Okay.
and stay away from an active investigation,
All right.
I feel like you would surmise it would probably not be as successful as you're hoping.
All right. That's whatever.
Just to
Okay,
save you a bit of time.
Okay. So, all right, 20. All right. So, if I were just oh no, that's okay. How many? Okay. How many feet away from the window?
It'd be around 120.
Still 120. Okay. Just think about how work. I mean, I'm gonna have to. I feel like I'm probably gonna have to like just hope that the mouse can find me. But now let me check out the side over without.
So
going
it is
too
a
far.
very similar deal.
Can you put guards there so I can see where they are? Or the general area. I know I'm not standing in one spot.
Oops. Bop. Then bop.
One there.
Bop. Bop. Yeah, it seems like most of the guards, well,
Alright.
they're like patrolling, especially around the front, trying to
Yeah.
like potentially, as you found out, ward off would-be
Yeah.
intruders, as well as
Yeah.
actively look around.
Alright. Now, how away am from the... Or no, I'm probably not any closer to them. Here am I?
You are heading off in the opposite direction. You are further now.
Okay, well, I'm still... the thing is, babe, I can't see where the window is black, and we haven't marked it or anything, so I'm gonna have to ask you every time. Alright.
I mean, you're going from memory at this point, so it's not going to be something like you can just recollect. Like, this is a large, large building.
Okay. Alright, I'll go back to friends here, and sort of relay what happened. Alright, I sent the mouse off by himself. Unfortunately, luckily, nothing happened, but I cannot be caught by them again. Now, the mouse can see for himself or smell for himself if he smells anything. However, I can contact with him if something happens. So, I suppose we're gonna have to wait. At least until he comes close enough.
How much time do you think that will take?
Honestly, I'm not... It's not particularly far away, and he's only sniffing around, but... at a game, how long does that really take for an animal to sniff and investigate that way?
Well, it is a small animal. So, adjusting for like its size, its speed, what it would be able to actually overcome, I say like half an hour to an hour. Probably
Alright.
looking like on the bright side as like a good estimate. Could be a little bit longer on a bad.
Alright. Well,
I mean, at that point, it sounds like we should find a place a few blocks away, maybe, and
alright, I don't want to go too far so that it's not too difficult for it to find me afterwards.
Alright,
But
well,
we
right,
should...
but we
the
can't
last
just
thing that
loiter
we
here.
do, but, you know, let's not press your luck, yeah?
I missed what both of you said, sorry.
We can't just loiter here. Like,
No, we said
it's an active crime scene.
Well, real quick, I gotta ask, would we have brought, like, I don't remember, because we didn't really talk about, like, bringing anything else that we would have checked in before we went inside. So, like...
If it was not discussed, it is not present.
Alright, alright, so... I don't quite remember what I put in my little bag besides, you know, money and my, like...
I think it was literally your orb and probably money, yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
know you
the
had the
orb-
orb bag. You had the
Well, the orb
the
was in a
holding pouch,
secondary.
which would be like potions and other such things.
Oh, well, I have fish jerky in there.
Oh, I thought that was in your main bag.
So, no. No. I mean,
Hmm.
primarily for the what do you call it? Preservative aspect, since it's food, but also because I have a fuck ton, and you know. All right, so for one thing, I'm gonna give one to Luck because he's been a good boy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you have it, absolutely. Not a problem.
All right, I'm now one question I had. So, the god I ran into, dog, I had thought about giving him a. Well, I guess this could be out of game because, like, well, I don't know. Regardless, do you guys think it would be a bad move to go back and be like, "Hey, I found my fish jerky"?
Realize that there are consequences to your actions if you choose to do so.
Yeah, it sounds like a very bad idea.
All right. Well, let's. So, what's in the surrounding area? Like, what's the next building over, and where from it?
A good distance away. Probably
Is
like
this like
a
out in the middle of
50,
nowhere?
50, 60 feet or so of like,
Oh, feet. Okay.
yeah, of just like foliage and grass and lawns, whatnot, between buildings.
Honestly,
This is the entertainment district, so there are a lot of like larger buildings for like where
oh
you'd have
man,
like plays or like theaters or other like performance halls and such
that's
things.
honestly kind of funny that this is the entertainment district. I just finished Demon Slayer, and the last arc was the entertainment district arc. All right. All right. Honestly, I just want to find like a little spot we could sit and have a snack that's not like, oh, you're loitering. We're gonna be, suspicious.
I mean, it is late. It is after most shops have closed. If you're on the street, you got to have a reason for being on the street. Otherwise, it is going to look a little odd.
Well, what other, like, you said this is an entertainment district where there's like theaters and stuff. Is anything open around here? I mean, I don't like entertainment works in this
Yeah,
world, or
not at the moment. It seems like now that everything's kind of like quieted down with how late it is, getting like approaching midnight. Um, taking a look around, doesn't seem that anything is open in the immediate area. Like all lights are off, apart from the torchlight of the guards walking and some of the
Alright.
inside light of the museum bleeding through the windows.
Alright, is there a building we could like hide? I mean, so the main thing is I just want to be out of sight from like the guards that are investigating, like random street or one thing, because they're
Okay.
not going to be immediately suspicious of me or us in general, but especially me considering sketchy. God damn, now this is where lightning was really helpful, but, well, I mean, I guess she can't be in contact with my mouse anyway. So I'm not even trying to, like, be within 100. I just want to find a place to, like, sit and chill and wait. But,
Sure. So if you wanted to like duck
yeah.
behind an alley somewhere,
Yeah.
that would be easy enough to do. You could probably go around like a block or so and duck between like a couple of barrels.
Yeah.
And relax for a bit. I guess depending, Gale and Rayleigh, what do y'all want to do?
Yeah,
Do you follow
if
suit,
guys
or
cool with
are you
us
heading back?
doing that.
I mean,
I guess maybe we could do it in a way so it looks like we're heading towards Dresmorland's manor.
Yeah, I mean that's the question is like, how long is Dresden gonna wait for us? How long is it gonna be like?
I mean, maybe if one of you could go and the other stay with me to make sure or not even make sure I'm okay, but like if I get, if something happens to me, you can tell the others what happened. But yeah, that might be a good idea. Just have like who wants to stay with me and who wants to go. Let Dresmerlin know. Doing a thing real quick.
All right.
I mean, if you get caught, we're not coming to save you.
I know. It does. I mean, I'm not asking you to save me, but just know what happened to me so that, that I got caught rather than kidnapped or murdered. So, I have a feeling Rayleigh's probably more on board with chilling with me than Gail, who's disapproving more, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, what is... All right, so if Sev is staying
It's
here,
up to you two, though.
where is everyone else going?
I think I'm going to head towards Dresmorland's manor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
really
I
that's cool.
think I'd say, well, I mean, if you're gonna wait here, I can just take a walk around the block with Locke for a moment, and then
Okay.
I appreciate that, and I will give I'll get out more fish jerky, one for Locke and one for Rayleigh. And as I hand the two pieces, I must again show my appreciation. I mean, especially considering since I'm the one holding on to the jerky here, some of this is yours anyway. So, I will sit down, out of sight in this alley, snacking, and I can read this book or do some writing, who knows. But, once my mouse, finds me again, I will come find you and we can go meet Dresmorland.
hey, I
Sounds
mean,
good?
I'm just gonna be walking around in circles for a bit. No worries. Just Locke hasn't been out for a bit, so I guess that gives me an excuse.
Oh goodness, I mean, oh, that's a good idea.
Fantastic. Well, we will end there for the night. I think that's a fantastic place to head off. Today was, good God, a fucking whirlwind and a half. I'm glad we fleshed out some of that like drow world building.
I'm pretty sure that Dale is saying that
I'm
with the utmost sarcasm.
I'm still admittedly very confused at the whole excursion, but it is what it is. Next
I mean, that's
session.
just Sev's character and
Ne-
backstory, but
ne-
that's fine.
Next session, we will be figuring out what's going on with the aftermath of the museum. Gail, are you planning on trying to hail a cart down to Drismorlands?
At this point, I think I'm just slowly walking in the hopes that the two of them will catch up.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking is that if you're walking, you'll probably, well, how far away is Dresmorland's place
He
from,
is at the. Let me bring the map back out. He is at the north end of Grimsith, so it's probably going to be like 2 hours walk,
of a
2.5 hours
Okay.
walk.
Oh, and you know what? We may even be able to take the bird again.
Well, only if I have a long rest, so
No,
probably not.
okay, yeah, that's fine.
So
It was
with
more of a joke than
where you currently are in the entertainment district down to the south, all the way up to the north, right below the where Oria's
Gotcha.
Rise and the Chapel of the Kindled Flame is
honestly,
Dresmorland's house.
Okay. Honestly, like the scale, like I get the geography and the map. I will say that the scale, I'm not good with like maps and scales.
I mean, it
so
is
it's hard for me to tell
honestly,
by
it's just like
looking.
roughly a hour to hour and a half between districts. So just for like
Okay.
general easy travel, there might be a little bit of variance, but it
Yeah,
going from like one side to the other, it's going to be a long walk.
that's cool. Honestly, I feel like me and Rayleigh and Locke probably like grab a cart and then just pick Gale up along the way.
Could be.
If that's
So
cool with
we
you
will see
guys.
where that goes.
If I'm
and-
not back next week, it's because Dave's annoyed with me and kicked me out.
We will find out what happens with the mouse next week. If the mouse is even able to get back next week. We'll probably have some mouse RP, so that's going to be fucking boy howdy. So
mouse RP.
Y'all, it has been an adventure. It is the very least I can say for it. Not. I, as always, appreciate y'all spending your Sunday with me.
I also appreciate
are we-
you putting up with my bullshit.
Are we all good for next week?
Yeah, I'm good.
You know I am.
Mhm.
Fantastic. Well, again, appreciate y'all being here. Enjoy the rest of the night, y'all, and I shall see you another time.
Sorry for being a pain in the ass. Bye.
Bye.
All right, friends. That was our Sunday session. Jesus Christ, was that a fucking adventure and a half? We'll be back up next Sunday, 7 p.m. Central Time. You know where to find us. I'm going to try to get the VODs highlighted, and I'm going to try to get everything set up so we can actually have like the full capped list. On Twitch, I'm going to get those off to YouTube when I can as well. So if you ever miss a day, you can always head over to the YouTubes, head over to the Twitch collection, and recap on some episodes. We'll see where this goes. I'm not sure what's going on, but I appreciate y'all being here. Enjoy the rest of it, y'all. I'll see you later. I'm not sure who I'm going to hand the host over to. And I see that vote. I see that vote. I got you. We'll get that Fable 3 going in. We'll get that in. Is there anyone I can hand you off to for the night? I don't really think I see a whole lot of folks doing stuff. I'm probably just going to hand you off to Maximilian Dude playing some Mario. Hell yeah. Enjoy your night, y'all. See you later.